Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, July the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And it's an unqualified success. Thank you very much, William. You guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, guys, let's take a look what's happening. So NKLA just getting slammed. Now, this is, I shouldn't say this is old news, but I don't think this guy has been around, the CEO, the old CEO has been around in the company for a few years now. But anyway, I guess he just got indicted for misleading statements, etc., etc. So this is put, today anyway, big downward pressure on NKLA. And I think his name is Thomas Morton. Sorry, I got it. I got the initials right. Trevor Milton. Sorry, Trevor Milton. Indicted in the United States for misleading investors. Okay. But again, he was turfed a few years ago anyway. But anyway, big downward pressure for an NKLA. I actually had an alert set here. There's the low of a couple of days ago, 13. So now it's below that low. So see what happens once the market opens. Yeah, ANVS. My goodness, I hope nobody was holding this one. You know, Alzheimer's drugs, and it's had a bit of a bounce here. I've been in play now for the last maybe month or so. And obviously, negative data, or it's been perceived as negative data. So this was basically cut in half. $110 got all the way down to 45. Anyway, I think are you still short that, Zach? Holding till zero. LC, guys, man, I missed the boat on this one after hours. LC, look at this. This is an earnings play. Come on. So this is an earnings play. There was the first gap on the 15-minute. Got up to 20, and then got up to $24. So this is an earnings play and massive gap up. So again, we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. Will it hold its gap? Yeah, the Hood IPO is today. It could be really interesting. I guess the IPO price is supposed to be around $38. All you have to do when you want to know when it starts trading is just put Hood in our, load it in one of our charts and right click, create a price alert, put it, say $1. Okay, and then minimize your price alerts window, and when it starts to trade, it'll pop up. Some interesting facts, I saw from 2016 to 2021, they represent half of all the new brokerage accounts that are opened. Also, options, 38% of their revenue came from options. I think 25% came from stocks and 17% from crypto. Now, let's keep going here, guys. A big list here. Ford had earnings today. Ford is an earnings play, so big gap up for it with almost $4 billion in the float. So to move 5%, that's pretty impressive. Again, don't think it's going to have a dynamic move once the market opens. But anyway, Ford is an earnings play. Acer, ACER. I didn't see any reason for this gap. Let's see if it's held. Yeah, actually, the gap has been holding. There's a 200-day moving average right there, so it's sitting just on top of it. I couldn't see any specific reason for the move. Yeah, I still don't see a headline on it for Acer. Where is that? I don't see any news on Acer. Like today, I don't see any news today. But if you can find some, great. BA, now China stocks still look like they're rebounding. BEKE, still rebounding. I'm not going to go over them all, TAL and EDU, etc. COCP, COCP, OCP. This is a virus play. See if it's still up there. Got hammered down a little bit. Now this is one that actually, instead of popping up, well obviously the news was negative right from the beginning, but BCEL is a phase 1B, and it just gapped right down. And there, you know, a little action after hours, and BCEL, hopefully nobody's in this one, 33% down. What's your number? What's your phone number, Lily? I'll call you. FLGC, guys, is still, this could be still really active. I mean, it still is active, FLGC. It's up 15%. Hit a high of 11 in the pre-market. After hours it hit, I'm sorry, let's see, what did it hit after hours? Actually, this is just before the market closed. Well, this is at 3:15, so it did hit 10:23, pulled back a little bit, popped up. So this is still very active. Citrix, a big company, CTXS, gapping down on earnings, or gap down on earnings. Yes, a big gap down on earnings. Look at it, 17% down. Big gap down on earnings. Maybe some support right around here. I mean, it's getting close to maybe a support level around 91. That is a big, big. Alerts are all ors, okay? Filters are all ands. So if you're using a filter, those are ands. If you're using an alert, it's an or. DD, guys, DIDI, again, I'm not going to go over all of the China stocks, but DIDI, this is gapping up a little bit. At least it was. Yeah, it's gapping up. Now, RELX, I don't think it had very much volume, but I think this is an all-time high. I think, yeah, there you go, and it's an earnings play. RELX, actually the volume is picked up. UK stock, big float, 1.9 billion in the float, and is gapped up, and there's nothing holding it back now in terms of chart resistance because it's an all-time high. Pali, P-A-L-I is gapping down on phase. I'm sorry, it is not gapping down. What I had this one. Yeah, I missed the boat on this one. This was shortable for me. Just too much happening in the pre-market. I couldn't concentrate on any one specific stock, but this is a phase 2. And so again, somewhat typically phase 2 just got hammered down. You know, right from the high here, 470 down to $4. I mean, it's still up 15%, but really typical action. Now VXRT, I probably again missed the boat on this one if it's already fallen. You know, it's kind of holding its own. I mean, this is a virus play. The high was 930, so I mean it hasn't utterly collapsed. It is a virus play, shown first time in clinical trials. It's oral tablet vaccine platform successfully boosted immune responses in subject previously vaccinated with oral vaccine more than a year ago, etc., etc. So I mean that is the news. Uber. Oh, Uber. No, it's not an earnings play, but I guess SoftBank has sold 45 million shares. I guess one of their major shareholders. It must have happened after hours yesterday, so that was released. SoftBank selling 45 million shares. iRobot is an earnings play. IRBT, more expensive, but it's an earnings play. Big gap down for it, 11%. I mean, look at these gaps. I mean, what a gap down. I mean, this looks like maybe the support area for IRBT. You know, it's not that far away. And then LC, I mean, I think I mentioned LC right off the bat here. This was something I missed after hours, but is it holding? Yeah, it's kind of holding. LC could be like dynamic all day. I mean, the next high in the monthly chart is up, you know, around $30. So I mean, it's got a lot of room on that monthly chart if it wants to keep moving. Just give me a moment here. Okay, just a minute, please, guys. I'm just following a internal discussion at Trade Ideas. All right, 9:16. So let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And we have not too many downgrades. We've got a few upgrades, so let's take a look at them. Our Dale, guys, Dale from yesterday was such a nice little trade from the option scanner. It was a little, and yeah, there it is. I mean, China stock, I mean, look at left, 984 was the high 2 days ago, so it's above that high. Yesterday's high was 984 also. I mean, these China stocks are having a nice rebound still. Upgrades, let's take a look at some of the upgrades. Aha, Tesla's got an upgrade from who? KeyBank. Sorry, DZ Bank. Or DZ Bank. Extreme Networks does have an upgrade. I saw that one yesterday. That was pretty active yesterday. Let me take a look at Extreme Networks, EXTR. See if it's... yeah, a little bit of, I mean, not very much volume, but that upgrade might be helping. A lot of, looks like a ton of resistance right around 11 though. Okay, let me get the downgrades in now. All right, guys, not too many upgrades and fewer downgrades today. All right, let's take a look. I'm doing this now every day. I'm going to take a look at the sectors. See what's happening in the pre-market with the sectors. Let's take a look at the SPY first of all, because we're going to have a positive open right now. There's a SPY. But let's take a look at the individual sectors and see what's happening. Okay, so as indicated, the SPY, I mean, most of these SPY sectors are all up, 77 versus 23% down. Let's take a look at the individual sectors. Right now, every energy play is up, 100%. Utilities. So let's take a look at, so tech is kind of the weakest sector right now. Just doing a quick look. I mean, again, it's early. When I say weak, I mean it's got 37% of the symbols down, or the stocks down, versus 63% are up. Okay, so in communications and tech, of course, kind of go hand in hand. It's just the upgrades and downgrades. I've been doing it for years now. Some people find it interesting, some don't care. I just look at it. I mean, these are just analysts' opinions, okay? Obviously, of what they think might happen to a stock. What I really try to find is if there are multiple upgrades or downgrades. By let's just say ABC stock is upgraded or downgraded by multiple brokers. That could get kind of interesting, okay? But other than that, it's more for a little bit for entertainment purposes. Sometimes, what will happen is I'll see a stock doing something and I didn't see any news on it, but then I might remember, that had an upgrade or a downgrade. Okay? So it's not a matter of, okay, because the stock's got an upgrade, you just pile into it. No. So anyway, this is what's happening pre-market, guys. And of course, that can change, of course, once the market opens, but this gives you kind of a bit of a glimpse of what might happen today. Financials are high, and there's energy. But I mean, again, once the market opens, that can all change. Yeah, I don't analyze the market like that, Dejan, okay, honestly, because I'm more of an intraday trader, so the long-term implications of things like that, somebody else who might swing trade or analyzes the market in a more macro way than I do might have an opinion, but I just don't have an opinion on that, really. Morning, Dev. Okay, give me one moment, please. Guys, listen, I'll be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. All right, guys. There's the VXRT, guys. VXRT doing its thing. Smile, all you do is right click on a chart. There are only two options, okay, with our chart. So right click on a chart and go to properties. And then see we have symbol linking, so uncheck it. Okay, so it's either checked or unchecked. So obviously my SPY chart is unchecked. Therefore it does not change when I click on a symbol. Okay, so just right click on the chart, properties, and go to symbol linking and uncheck it for your spot for the charts that you do not want to change. Okay? And guys, of course, I'm eagerly waiting to see what sort of alerts we get from my option scanner today. Well, how do you make it? Well, you just, okay, you left click on a chart, okay, and then you, just to make, so that Trade Ideas knows the chart you're in, and then you can just start typing. And you start typing, the change symbol box should show up. And then you just click change, or click on change, or hit return or enter on your keyboard. Okay? And just type in SPY, literally SPY. Okay? If that doesn't work, if for some reason when you left click on the chart and then when you start typing, the box does not pop up, hit the space bar on your keyboard. And then the box should pop up. Well, the only thoughts are you got to wait for the market open to see if it's still going to be dynamic. I mean, there's no real resistance for it. I mean, the highs of its own high will be its resistance. It did hit what pre-market, got up to 11. But again, you got to wait for it to open. You got to see how it's trading. You know, did it base at? Will it base at all? Give us any sort of an entry? You know, and if it pops out of, remember what happened yesterday out of here. I mean, look at that base. Look at all the bottoming tails, and it all of a sudden not all of a sudden. I mean, this was like pent up enthusiasm right here, and then look at the volume that came in. Look at that volume bar right there compared to the previous 15-minute candle bar, 15-minute volume bars. All right, so I mean, look at it, stare at it, and that's what happened. And I know you missed it. I mean, I know it went too quickly for you. I can't help that. You know, sometimes it's just a matter of timing. You had your alert set at 895, I think. My alert was set at 878 or 882, so I was, able to get it. Yeah, I mean, it may not do anything today. But it's still up 10%. Did actually have some news, something to do with Australia and supplying Australia with. Let's see what it actually says. Medical cannabis deal in Australia. So there is actually some specific news on it today. Oh, wow. Market's going to open, guys, in less than a minute. It's catching up to me here. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Once this market opens, and again, I'll be watching my option scanner, see what happens today. It has been awesome this week. Pretty general statement, lag. Lag in what? You mean lag in loading charts and things like that? If you're using the beta, if you're using the new doc, there is a bit of a lag compared to. Okay, guys, we are going to open in 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! We are now open. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, let's see what's happening right off the bat. So the SPY taking a little bit of a pop here. So the Dow's up, tech is up a little, SPY's up. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, kind of let things settle down a little bit. Acer on the move, Acer on the move, a little bit. All right, NKLA underneath 13 again, guys. Now the issue with, oh, it's not down 10% yet. Give me a moment here, guys. Well, guys, the Lending Club, LC, is on the move here. LC on the move. It is lots of room. Let's see, the high in after hours yesterday was around $24. It takes that out. I mean, just look left. Look at all the room it's got on the monthly chart. It's an earnings play, so it's going to be active all day. We know that. Look at the bounce for ANVS. Man, oh man. Look at that bounce off $45. Look at the bounce. I mean, the low was what, about $45. There's a $20 bounce for ANVS. So I don't know. Is this a overreaction? I wouldn't call that a bounce. This is just a continuation. It already gapped up in the pre-market, so this is just a continuation. Semantics. Guys, I'm okay, Nicola, NKLA. See if this continues down. It's not, now it's down 10%. Might be a little harder to short because of the uptick rule. All right, this is kind of typical Acer. Again, I think there were shorts available earlier, none available for me now. For Acer, ACER, I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, Pally is phase two. It gapped down. Sorry, I keep saying it gapped down. It didn't gap down. What had happened is, of course, it got hammered down from the 471 down to 367. But it's a low float, 11 million in the float. All right, guys. Wow, the FLGC. I don't think that was that shortable for me? I can't remember. Not now, anyway. ANVS halted? It is halted, yes. So that got halted on the way down. So had a huge pop off the lows of the pre-market. Huge pop, about a $20 pop. Now it's halted on the way down. All right, HBP on the move here. Earnings play, guys. Actually an earnings play. Spready. Yeah, very, very. I mean, it's early and it's whipping around. I mean, there's a bad spread, 13.28, 16.30. It's a tough spread to commit to right now. So this is an earnings play. HBP is an earnings play. I'm just what's the volume like? 449, so it's pretty good volume. Low float, 20 million. Excuse me, 20 million in the float. All right, guys, HBP on the move, and you probably know why. If you have our premium service, you know why I'm looking at it. Yeah, VXRT, nice rebound. Wow, I mean, it got all the way down to 860, back up over 9. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the early AIs, okay? I like to see things settle down a little bit. All right, we just got a halt here, yeah. So we just got a halt for SGOC. I haven't seen this one for a while. So SGOC, look at this. And again, I'm always kind of amazed at the moves it has. According to our provider, 46 million in the float. So, I mean, it's not a crazy low float. So this is halted, and the projected open, it's hard to know. It still says 1045, 1045, so it's hard to know. Okay, ANVS just opened, resumed, and did it crater? Not quite cratering. I don't see that. Well, maybe they were briefly available. I don't see that they're available right now. FLGC at Interactive Brokers. I don't see that. Maybe when you posted that, some became available. All right, well, this one's got some room. IEA has got some room. Look at the relative volume, 26. It's got some room. Hit a after hours high of 1247, pulled way back. This is an earnings play. That's why the pop. But, I tell you, I mean, it had the big pop, and then it just sold off. I mean, I know it's up. Well, it's not up very much. So, to me, it's a little bit of a choppy trader. IEA. Yeah, SGLB is popping into my momentum scanner. Let's see. Looks like it's got some pretty tough resistance. I don't know. I mean, here's the high over here, 417 daily. Right here, 415. I'm very, very content just to wait for my option scanner to start giving us a few alerts. Look at Tilray, guys. Remember Tilray from yesterday, TLRY? It had moved a little bit in the pre-market. It had gapped up, and now look at this. It is now gapping down a little bit, just a little bit, not huge, but more importantly, 1627, the 200-day, so it's now gapping down below the 200-day moving average. That's a big candle, big candle right here for Tilray, TLRY. As usual, I haven't seen too many successive days of these cannabis plays, being positive. I mean, that had a tremendous day yesterday on earnings. It was basically all day. It closed near its high, but now, starting to fade. Yeah, COCP, guys. Somebody mentioned that. I know it's a virus play. A lot of volume just came in. COCP, not just came in, but on the 15-minute chart, a lot of volume. Come on, change. 15-minute chart right there. The high in the pre-market was 150 something. There's a 200-day, so it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average. So it's got some things going for it. The high in the let's see, 137. 131, those are the highs here on the weekly chart, so it's a little bit above that. 139, it takes that out. 173, so it's got some room on the weekly chart to about 170. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, I'm just pointing it out. Potential resistance area. Again, it's early. I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. All right, SGOC just resumed. Good for you. I don't think Zach can hear me. Now the next high looking left over here is 11. So, okay, there's 11 right there. But it's very whippy, guys. So you're going to take this one, you know, just be awfully careful. It's very whippy. That's a major level for it to try to get over is at 11. You can see 2 days ago, that's what it hit. After that, the next high is 1186. So it does have room. And there, I mean, there it goes. There it really goes. So if you've got the stomach for this, but I mean, you just look at the time in sales. Guys, Triple D on the way down. Why are you weak? Anything weak? Okay, guys, COCP is hanging in here. COCP hanging in here. I mean, yeah, you can try that. I mean, I have no, on that sort of a tech question, a corrupted file. Wow, I've never had that in all the years I've had trade ideas. But maybe, yeah, try to do an uninstall and reinstall again, see what happens. Keep an eye on Lending Club, guys. LC, still strong. This is an earnings play, so you know it's going to be active all day. And this is I think it's over the pre-market high, 23.75. Takes out 24. I mean, this has a real shot to keep going. I mean, this has just got hardly any resistance until 28 or so. Oh, and okay, so I just noticed it showed up in the option scanner. So, you know, wait on it. 23.89 was the alert. So I think I'm going to put an alert over 24 and see if it takes it out later. So again, somebody asked, well, how do you play the things from my options scanner? It doesn't mean just because we get the alert, you pile into it. Even if I hadn't seen that alert, I would never take it unless it took out 24. You know, when it was up here. So let's just wait. Put a price alert 24 and see if it takes it out, and then it might have a nice run. Again, no guarantees, but it could have a nice run. Just a minute, please. Keep an eye on this, guys. I mean, you know, the 23.89 was the alert, 23.79 now. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, kind of interesting. So the market's up. We've had a nice pop on the market. I've only got 2 basic new highs and I've got a bunch of basic new lows. So here are the China stocks. Here are the China stocks. DAO, Tiger, DD. Not a China stock, but look at Tilray, guys. I mean, just straight down now. Broke down through that 200-day moving average. All right, guys, again, I'm just really concentrating on the LC if it takes out that 24. Okay, EQT on the move here. Now it's still down for the day. It's an earnings play. EQT trying to come back. Some bottoming tails here. I guess it has room. The high yesterday was 21, so it's got some room. Boy, look at ANVS. I mean, talk about a wild ride. ANVS, $45. Sorry, $45 in the pre-market. Let's take a look at SGLB. I hear SGLB ringing here. Okay, so here is your next area of concern, 461, and what the heck happened there? 461 and 470, the next area of concern for SG, and there it just got halted, SGLB. Oh, Dev, I can't, no recommendation on that. ANV, I mean, look how wild it's been. No recommendation on that one way or the other. I mean, look, it's dropping. I mean, it could easily test that 44 level again. You know, the surprising thing was the $20 bounce, I guess, more than anything. You'd have to ask William. I didn't read the press release. Obviously, I mean, they're Alzheimer play. Obviously, whatever they released, not good, or at least the market perception is not good. So he's more our medical expert. Getting frisky. LC is getting frisky. Highly technical term. You know what we'd love to see? Remember yesterday with the FL, I mean, probably not going to get it, but the FLGC, love to see some bottoming tails in the 15-minute, maybe 2 or 3 of them in a row. Just like the FLGC yesterday. I mean, we may not get it though. $93 million in the float, so it's not certainly not a low float, not crazy high, but it's not a low float. Even not knowing that, we know that it's going to be a mover or in play just because it's an earnings play. So we know it's going to, look at the relative volume for 125 times normal right now. So we know it's going to be active. It's just a matter of having the patience, guys, setting a price alert. And if it happens, it happens. You know what? If it doesn't, well, we just move on. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a price alert right at the highs here also, not just at 24. So I want to see it, be alerted if it does take out the highs. And look at the volume increasing on the 15. And there's the first volume bar. Look at the second one right here. MDIA is on the move. I know Zach said he took this one, MDIA, and I thought it got halted, but no. MDIA, of course, a ton of room here. Look at this on the daily chart, 837. So there's your next high looking left. Somehow if it accelerates through that, it's got a ton of room, guys. MDIA. And this is actually shortable for me. Not many shorts, only 6,000 available at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to go against Zach, just looking here though. No, not the right thing to do for me, Zach, to do that. There are other plays, so. Oh, good. Okay, Hill. Okay, SGLB just resumed, and what did it do on its resumption? So a little pop-up, and also coming into the option scanner. Again, don't have to take it right away. 461 was the alert on the option scanner. Let's see. I mean, it's very active. Came out of that halt. All right, that's a pretty big pullback. So let's just see if we get it back up there. So just put a price alert. Well, guys, you know what happened. All right, guys. Didn't get all I wanted, but let's see what happens here for LC. It's still very whippy. Or maybe a good thing I didn't get all I wanted. Obviously watching it. MDIA, yes, nice for you, Zach, for sure. MDIA, and wow, good for you, Zach. MDIA just got halted. I'm silent right now, guys. Obviously, I'm just watching the LC. You know, I don't want to see if it gets up 24, I'm out. It'll be a... Okay, I'm out. But I'm looking to get back in. It's a little too whippy. So I made the barest of profits on that LC. It's coming right back. It's you know, it's so whippy right now. Look at the COCP, guys. We were looking at that one earlier. No, look, the longer it holds over 24, if it can just really solidify over 24. I'm talking about the LC, of course. Meanwhile, I missed the DAO. Wow, DAO short from the AI. A nice one so far. China stocks, guys, today are drifting down so far. I'm just concentrating on this LC to see if I can get back over 24 and kind of hold there and then move from there. I mean, it may not. Sorry, guys, I'm just concentrating on the LC, okay? So, Well, it's fascinating watching this. Okay. It's fascinating watching this time and sales. I mean, just for LC, just tons and tons, really, really active. Okay, now a resumption for MDIA. Nice one, Zach. Man, oh man, was that a nice trade. See, if you hadn't told me it was so risky, I would have taken it with you. Now, guys, I mean, this has got, you know, who knows? I mean, 1225 is the next high looking left on the daily. I mean, it could go anywhere. Crazy, crazy low float. All right, I'm going to have to forget about LC for a while here. This is very messy. Very, very messy. Maybe put on another alert around 24.26 if it takes it out later on. Otherwise, I'm just going to forget about it. I mean, I can say it had a modest win, but, you know, if you got in at 23.89, you had all sorts of opportunity to do that because it bounced down below. And it did get up to 24.47, but I'm not saying this is I wouldn't consider this a big win. All right, on to the next one. Let's see what happens here. The SGLB, that did not, I don't think it popped back up. It couldn't have, otherwise it would have had an alert. All right, now, basing here, at least it's basing here, over 4, stick an alert around 427. I know that's way below the alert from the option scanner, but yeah, I'm glad you sold a ton. MDIA on the way down now. We got a 983 down to 823. How can this happen? Look at the expected open is going to be around 774, 769. How can this happen? Look at the float, 1.8 million in the float. Now here's one of the flyers from the last little while, SPRT moving down. Not available. Just looking at some thumbnail charts, guys. Not seeing anything terribly interesting. I have no idea what's happened in my watch list. Again, it's a watch list, so RELX could have been interesting. Let's just take a look. So the 2960 got up. Nah, not really. Nothing. This is an earnings play. It's an all-time high. It's a UK company, so I don't really know how it's going to trade. I mean, it's hard to know. Take a look at Alec from Zach. A little more expensive than I'm used to, but on these, this sort of a pop, but high looking left was 3105, so high looking left, that's yesterday's high. Takes that out. It's got a shot, I guess, to the 35 level. All right, guys, the IEA is now a little more interesting. It's popping up here. It's got some room. It's an AI alert, of course. Got some room to 1260. Looking left on the daily chart, it is an earnings play. It had sort of the sell-off right there, and it's bouncing up. You know, NKLA is still weak. I mean, it's, as Zach said, kind of a bit of a snoozer, but it's still weak. NKLA. This could be one of those all-day shorts. I know it had a little bit of a pop, but again, on that news, so it popped up to, what, 13.15, but it is still weak. You know, it takes out that low. I mean, I don't know. Anything can happen. I mean, it's 1189 may, 12 may hold it up. Well, if you're up on it, Becca, of course, my whole thing, and even if you're up a couple of pennies, I wouldn't. I always hold on, because you just never know out of nowhere. You just get some big pressure. It could, Paradox. It could. I mean, I haven't completely lost sight of it, and that is the LC, of course. All right, MDIA, it did open, and as predicted, based on what we saw in the time and sales, it did gap down a little bit. Ooh, LC is right back up to 24. Boy, has it settled down? Oh man, I didn't get it this time. I did not get it this time. Let's see if this is a fake. I did not get it this time. All right, PAVM was being alerted to PAVM for a reason, some reason. Wow, look at this one. PAVM, so not a low float, 73 million in the float. Do not see any specific reason for it. PAVM, lots of shorts available, 3 million plus at Interactive Brokers. I only say that just in case, you know, these things get parabolic and I want to try to hammer it down. All right, got to keep watching this SGLB. Now, I'm not holding out that it's necessarily going to get up here to 450, but if it gets over 420, I mean, it might start to bounce. Super low float, 10 million in the float, so there's that. Resin, RESN. RESN is doing something. Earnings on the 11th, so I don't know what's happening here for resin, RESN. There's a 200-day moving average. That's far enough away if it could ever get close to it on a percentage basis. Yeah, it's just messy. It's just been a messy trader, LC. Disappointing. I mean, it may still pop, but it's just been a bit of a messy trader. The problem is, I mean, it got all the way. Is that right? No. No, that's the opening candle. Yeah, it was down to $21. So all right, guys, as I'm biding my time here, seeing maybe what's going to happen with the LC. Welcome to the room. If you're new to this room, this is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, this I did see this in the pre-market, just to break up my little spiel here. So there's the high of a few days ago, 3 days ago, 376. Again, something to do with Australia. Anyway, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Again, the format. This is the format, sharing my screen live on the mic between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. I'd like to start off by putting this test drive link in here. And I'm watching LC. Mainly because of the faith I've been having in my option scanner. Okay, I mean that's the reason. But I'm not crazy with just taking these things willy nilly. But anyway, so here we go. There's the test drive link. If you click on it, this is what you're going to see. If you ever wanted to try out test or trade ideas, this is a perfect opportunity. The test drive starts on August the 9th. It runs to the 20th. That is 10 trading days. Okay. and it'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to our full premium service. So please read this carefully. What you're doing if you do sign up today, you're pre-registering. Data does not start until the 9th, so please don't ask our support people, hey, I just signed up, where's my data? It doesn't start till the 9th, and no, you cannot start earlier. All our support is set up for these 10 trading days. Last time we had about 4,000 people sign up, so it's a real impact on our support. So that's why we maintain it between these 10 trading days. If you're a standard subscriber, you can also upgrade to our premium service for those 10 trading days. It'll cost you the $11.11. Important to note, once the test drive is over, it's over. Okay, we don't put you into a subscription automatically. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. When it's over, it's over. There will be a nice promo code though if you do want to take out a subscription, but that'll be completely up to you. Okay, so don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. All right, now I want to pop in my homepage link. I'll go over some of the information on my homepage. There is a lot of information on my homepage. Somebody said they had, I don't know if you're probably having me on mute now, Zach, but well, it'll be like this, Flux. I mean, you've got me, you've got a lot of support. So, the one thing you should do is take the 20 lessons before you start the test drive. And I'm going to talk about that right now, to get prepared for it. Okay, so here's my homepage link. And here's my homepage tab. Okay, so this link is available all day long. If you click on my homepage tab, there's the link. This is what you'll see. So if you wanted to take out a subscription right away, here is a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans. We have an annual monthly for premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people will take a look at our premium service. I'll go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to take out an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. $118,228. You can apply that discount to the first month only. Okay, that 15% to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. On my homepage, you can also subscribe or get this Trade of the Week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon every day. You can subscribe to that here. These are all free. If you are a subscriber, here are my scans. Here's my layout that you see, plus individual scans that I've created. This is moving higher with unusually strong options, but not having a great start today, but not every day is going to be a blockbuster like the last couple. But anyway, here is the scan that I love, plus other scans that I've created that you might want to take a look at. Big education section. So if you're going to take the test drive, really recommend that you take a look at the 20 lessons. Not going to take you 20 days, but it'll familiarize yourself with some of the basic features we have. Top list, building top lists, alert windows, okay, before you take the test drive. So you're not just starting from scratch. So a lot of information. Daily support sessions. Today is Thursday. So, I think Andy's on vacation. Sorry, Jamie. No, Jamie's today. So you hear me refer to a YouTube room all day long. I monitor a YouTube room also. It's the same. They see my screen. They hear me. It's just not quite as much action. I do take a break around noon. So at noon, I'll before I take my break, I'll pop the YouTube link in. If you want to head over there between 12 and 1, another trader takes over. And again, today is Jamie. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. More information about the AI, a little video on the AI. If you're new to trading, this is a great little series, okay? Starting off with what is a stock? And this is all free. All the education is free. So these 3 sections here, education, stock of the day video, trade of the week, all free. Obviously, you need a subscription if you want to have my scans. So a lot of information here. I go over it very quickly. The reason I do, there's a lot of information. You can save my link, and then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. So just save my link. The test drive is just as if you're a premium subscriber, yes. Okay, now just talking a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. If you're brand new to this room, you're not sure what you're looking at, we're a scanner. We scan this US stock market. This is an example of a scan I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. If I right click, click on Configure, in summary, this is what I'm looking for. Okay, in this particular scan, this is how I always start. I always start off with filters. So I am looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. Okay, it's not so much. It's not a matter of really going over these. This is the concept, though, of how you start off with filters, and then you have an alert. Now, I like to see stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I'm seeing these stocks. The great thing, in my opinion, about Trade Ideas, you do not have to learn a programming language. If you right-click, configure, search, here are all of the alerts that we have. And if I scroll down here to these icons, these are the filters. So we feel that we have created enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our subscribers, you can combine them to get the type of scan you're looking for. Now, if you start off, you don't even have to know how to create a scan, though. If you want, you can take my scans, my layout, just to get yourself acclimatized. You can also take a look at our toolbar. That's our channel bar. All of these channels here are themed. So for instance, here's a momentum channel. You don't have to know how this was created, but if you saw something here, momentum, this is an alert window, and if you liked it, you thought, man, I wouldn't mind having that added to my layout or starting my layout with this, then there's a way in which you can save this to the cloud and then bring them back. And you can go to each individual, here's a crypto layout or crypto themed channel. You saw something you like, you just basically save the window to the cloud, and then you'd see when you go through all these channels and you start extracting things you like. I did this yesterday, so I don't have to do it again. Here's the Momo, okay? And you would see them all here. And you just basically highlight one, you load it, and here it is. Okay, and so you don't even have to know how to build scans at the beginning. Now you can always adjust, because if you look at them, and this is what this particular scan is looking for, but you may look at it and go, you know what, I don't like that price range. Maybe I want between 1 and 10. Maybe I want, a different minimum volume, and on and on and on. So, you can. But again, you don't have to know how this was created at the beginning, but you can always modify it to your trading style. Okay, so that is a briefly telling you what trade ideas is all about. So if you're going to take that test drive, guys, I would definitely take a look at the 20 lessons. Now again, I know it says 20 lessons in 20 days. That was kind of a little marketing cute thing. It's not going to take you 20 days. Dreamfinders Homes, DFH, what are you all about? Don't think I've really seen you before. Not very much volume, 6 times normal volume right now, 17 million in the float. Yeah, I think LC is done. I agree. I don't know if Zach can hear me, but I think LC is done. Yeah. Okay. Disappointing. The reason for me it was disappointing because of the room it had. You know, we love to see stocks like this that have broken out, and then when you look left and it's got a ton of room that it can keep going to, just didn't work. I mean, it worked a little bit, but you know, I do not want to say, yeah, big win for the option scanner, 23.89. It got up to 24.45. I don't want to, but there's a big bottoming tail. I mean, it's still, I don't know. I'm going to hold out. And later on in the day, who knows? Maybe it takes out 24 again and it starts to run. But it's just been too choppy a trade. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the AI. If you have our premium service, make it easy on yourself, okay? Don't worry about the different Holly segments. Don't worry about the strategies. Don't worry about anything else. Just do this. Click on New from our toolbar and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see. This is, you know, I'm on the stock version. Whoops. Just give me a moment. So this is the window that you see right here, okay? When you do that, you can add it to your layout so you don't have to do it every day. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. It's that, you know, I want to say it's that simple. You know, have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the, you know, the penny. You have a stop. How you manage the trades will be up to you. Obviously, right now, there is only one. Ay, ay, ay. What are you doing to me, LC? Look at that move. Look at that move. Jeez. Might be one of those that you just take a little bit and hold on for a while as it whips up and down. I mean, look at that move, guys. I mean, it got up to 24.72. Oh my goodness. So the volume was, I mean, pretty good. I mean, look at there's a 5-minute volume bar right there, 5-minute volume bar. So compared to the previous ones, not, I mean, these ones anyway. So there was, yeah, what else happened? Wow, SGL, oh, okay, SGLB may be having a bounce now. Remember, I had this alert set here, right there. So it's having its bounce off the lows here. Okay, faith-based trading right now on the LC. Okay, guys, that's it on the AI. Okay, I'm not going to really dwell on it too much more. Well, I mean, again, it's an earnings play, so we know it's going to be active all day long. You know, for the LC, it was an amazing run from 23.25 all the way up to 24.70, like $1.50, just like that. Okay, a word about this window you see here. This is called Brokerage Plus. If you have, you can only access it from our downloadable application. So those of you taking the test drive, if you have a Mac or something like that and you can't use our downloadable app, you will not have access to Brokerage Plus. Okay, just to let you know. Now there are ways, if you're willing to use an emulator like Parallels or something, you can then we'll have access to Brokerage Plus, or something like, if you're willing to use a cloud-based service like AWS, Amazon Web Services, you can use it. I will pop this in here, so I don't want anybody to be misled. You know, so if you have a Mac, and you're not willing, again, to use Parallels or something like that, AWS, then you will not have access to Brokerage Plus. Now, it may not be important, you know, to you not to have access, but if you're new to trading, it should be important to you because you can use this as a simulator, paper trader. Now, I'm going to put the Brokerage Plus link in. I'm going to briefly go over it. All right, so there's the Brokerage Plus link. I just popped it in. There are two videos. First video is if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade. Okay, you connect. You'll see there's something that says live. The video explains how you do it. So you can use this window to actually trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to. You don't have to, of course. It's a feature, it's an option. If you don't have an IB or an E-Trade account, don't worry, you can still use Trade Ideas. This is just a feature that we have, and it works with IB or E-Trade. And please don't ask me about other brokers. Yes, we'd like to add other brokers. I don't know if or when that will happen. Now, the other main reason to use this, though, is as a simulator. Okay, you click on Sim, and now you're in simulation mode. You can practice trading. You know, it's very simple. You click on an alert. You click on an alert. Okay, there's a symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at, and it uses our real-time data. Okay, our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Look at that bounce for SPRT. So again, it doesn't matter who, I'm sorry guys, I'm obviously somewhat distracted watching some of these moves. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? I'm sorry, you can use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. So it's a great way to practice trading. Before you commit money to the market, you should practice, practice, practice. So it's as easy as this. Oh, if it hits my stop, I'm out. I mean, I have a price, I'm out of a stop. I don't wait on the candle or anything. When it hits my stop, I'm out. It's a price, okay? My stop is always a price. BCOV, what are you doing? No, you're moving down. Is this shortable? Yee, it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So talking about stops, you know, let's look at something. Ooh, look at wow, this pop here, NKLA. Yeah, it's actually popping. Let's just take this trade, okay? I'm just going to show you. You know, let's just take the trade. What's the spread? The spread is a penny, so I can go into the market, no issue. Okay, so it's going to take this trade. It's going to take this trade. And it took it at 13.17. I'm going to put a stop at 12.97. I'm going to show you why I'm taking that stop at 12.97. This is just briefly talking now about money management and the concept of placing stops. When you get into a trade, guess what? They're not all going to work, unfortunately. So you have, for me anyway, I have a price I'm getting out of the trade. Most of the time, it's based on what I see. Most of the time, it's based on what I see. Son of a gun, just a minute here. Most of the time, it's based on what I see on the chart. I look at the chart, and if I see what I consider is a nice support area, then and if it gets down through that support, I'm out of the trade. So there's going to be a price that I get out. All right. So if you're new to trading, that's the difficult part. You know, where are you going to put your stop? And that's only going to come with practice. The way I do it may not be the way another person does it. Maybe they look at moving averages, okay? And that's fine. You have to figure out how you are going to figure, like, your stops, where you're going to place them. And that's why you practice. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, if depending on your account size, you should risk the same amount per trade. You know, and again, how much that's going to be will be dependent on your account size. You know, so what I've done here is, you'll notice it says, if it hits 12.97, my stop, I'm going to lose $100. That's what in the simulator I said, you know what, I'll risk $100 a trade. Now, how much you're going to risk? You know, we always say it like this: if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So, knowing then where your stop is, and knowing what your risk, how much you're willing to risk on the trade if it works against you, will share size you. That's why I went in, I took a stop at 12.97. I was in at 13.17. It's 20 cents away. So if I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. That's why. So your share size will vary from trade to trade. You know, depending on, that's how I trade anyway. Depending on how much you're willing to risk on the trade. Okay? The other big thing is to obey your stop. Okay? That's very hard to do sometimes. You know, you get into a trade and you think it's got to work. You've heard good things, good press release today, on and on and on. Okay? And you get into the trade and it starts to work against you. So we're only human. We think, well, maybe my stop was too tight. So maybe I should reduce this stop a little bit, okay? Move it down a little bit. And it keeps coming down. The price keeps coming down to your new stop. You keep reducing it. So now that $100 manageable loss may turn into, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell it and you kick yourself. Why did I not obey my stop? So how to counteract that? Of course, if you can leave your stop in. Number one, just leave it in. Takes all the emotion out of trading. It'll take you out, okay, of the trade. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use our charts. Just leave the stop in and it'll take you out of the trade. If you don't have IB or E-Trade, your broker will have something in which you can do the same thing, okay? So it's not mandatory that you have an IB or E-Trade account to use trade ideas. So that's it, guys. Practice trading. Practice, practice, practice trading before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. The other thing you can do, you can practice swing trading here. If I don't get out of this at the end of the day, okay, then it'll carry over tomorrow, and so I can use this to practice swing trading also. All right, guys, now I can concentrate a little bit more on what's happening in the market. The IEA, it was a bit of a tough one to hold on to, but definitely worked out. I will freely admit that I took this one and I sold out on the way down, but it has come right back up. This is an AI trade. Yeah, that ANVS is looking interesting. I mean, it's been a rocky one. I mean, it got, obviously, the perception of its data that it released was horrible. I mean, it got all the way down to 45. Market opened, it got up to 65, got halted, got all the way back down almost to that pre-market low. So, I mean, it's you know, and one of the reasons why it does it, you know, to be honest, I didn't realize it had such a crazy low float. 5 million shares in the float, that's why this sort of stuff can happen. I had no idea that's a super low float, you know, for a $25 stock. That's $25. Is 65? Well, at one point a $100 stock, $111 stock. That's an insanely low float. You know, you almost would wish they would do a forward split, more shares. Here's one, guys. Okay, PFMT, what are you doing? This just showed up in the option scanner, PFMT. What sort of room does it have? Looking left on the weekly, so it's, okay, it doesn't have to, we don't have to worry about the weekly resistance, really not the daily resistance. So it's got a ton of room, bit of chase mode. Well, guys, I don't know what to really say about LC. I mean, I have been trying my best to do some stuff with it. It's not been easy. You know, I've been kind of, to me, it's been almost like scalp trading as I've been talking to you guys. I'd just love to see it settle down. All right, now the PFMT, this is really interesting. What's the float? 40 million, so it's not crazy low. PFMT, it's from the option scanner. It's just sort of holding here. There's no, to me, there's no rush to get into it. Do they have news? I don't see any specific news. I always like to see a little bit of news because that can spur the interest, you know, for the day, but it is shortable also. 1 million shares are available at Interactive Brokers. So guys, what time is it? It's 10:51 and Hood is not opened yet. That is going to be, I can't wait to see what the open's going to be like. $38, I believe, is the IPO price. I think they're raising about $2 billion. But when it opens, I will see it. So again, guys, here's a little trick. If you want to see when this opens, just put Hood in your in a chart. Right click on it, create a price alert. Put the price alert at $1. Okay. Save it, and then minimize. I always minimize my price alerts window. Here's my price alerts window. Okay, so I always minimize it. That's why you see it pop up on my screen. I put a sound alert on it. I sort it on the triggered time, so I'm going to see it right at the top. You will not miss it. Okay, so when Hood starts to trade, we will know. Yeah, and this is not, listen, this is for entertainment purposes right now, just to see how it opens, see what it does. Okay, I'm not saying anybody you shouldn't hop into this IPO. That's not what I'm saying, of course. All right, guys. I'm just waiting on some new alerts. I'm not getting anything right now. Okay, so just a word about this. Okay, so you see the NKLA. I did this in the NKLA. I did this in the simulator. All right. So, okay, now I see that these are. I want to see what's going to happen though when I exit this trade. Notice I had at one point I was up $35. Okay, I mean no big deal. I was just showing you how you can use the simulator. I'm down 15 right now. Okay, I'm down 15, and what you would never want to see happen, of course, and you should use this. I mean, in the simulator, treat it like it is real money. Okay, really treat it like it's real money. Don't, I mean, I know it's play money and all, but treat it like it's real money. Because if you had, let's just say this was a max P&L at one point, maybe $200-300, and then I allow it to turn into a negative, or, when I finally get out of the trade, I'm only up, say, 50. I mean, obviously, this is a great way to practice your exits, to see how good your exits are. Now, you're never going to get it perfect. I mean, you're never going to be able to exit to the, the absolute top. But it's a good way to practice your exit. So this is what I want to do. I'm going to show you. I'm going to flatten this trade. Okay? Flatten means get out of the trade. Okay, so now I'm out of the trade. I still, this is some kind of a bug guys we have got going here. I don't understand why this total P&L is not equal to today's profit, okay? And I pass that on to, I don't know what it's showing you on your live accounts. If you're using Dreamer, you use this to trade. But I have to keep passing this on to her. Okay. I don't think so. I mean that's too much of a difference. I mean anything is possible, but there's something going on here. I mean I'm sure I don't know what you guys are seeing if you're actually using this to trade your account. Obviously total P&L, if I had a bunch of different trades, of course it would be different. But anyway, I'm not going to worry about it too much. Oh, let me just check. I haven't even looked at it. PFMT. Well, I have looked at it. Yeah, okay, so I'm just going to wait on it. I'm going to wait. I'm going to stick an alert up here around 529, see if it takes it out again. Those are my thoughts. There's no mad rush to get into it. But I do like it because, I mean, there's no resistance. No near-term resistance, I should say, okay? So that's why I like it. But it's got to get back up there, and it might. I mean, just have to be patient with some of these. Wow, LC. I mean, now you talk about something that required patience. The LC. Look how choppy it was. Yes. It is definitely slower. So even if you're using the, are you connected to your live account, David? But I'm talking about, are you trading your live account? You are trading your live account? Okay, and it's all, okay. So it's not just the simulator, all right. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do right now, I mean, I have no explanation. I've actually talked to somebody, and they're going to look into it. I am going to get. I'm just going to have to delete that column. It's just. All right, guys. Where are we here? So. Look at this lending club. I mean, it's actually starting to settle down a little bit on that 2-minute chart. Look at the it's basing a little bit. We do have some bottoming tails there, but it's starting to base just a little bit. Yeah, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. It was not a solid trend. Now it seems to be a lot more solid. But now, guys, keep an eye on the PFMT. I mean, it's right back up to that. So, the big deal here, let's get some volume, okay? A little volume push through. There's another one that was not easy, the IEA. You know, that dip right there was a little concerning. Mr. Real, good morning. All right, guys, here is an earnings play. Does it have any room? Schneider, SNDR. This is another earnings play. Doesn't look clean enough for me on that daily chart. All right, this is an earnings play. Oh, okay, this obviously is a buyout of some sort, CVA. Okay, forget about that. Okay, this was, oh man, I don't know if it's shortable now. Oh, really? There are a few shorts available. So Zach, your FWP really tanking here. I know you're not in it, but really taking a header here. FWP. All right, guys, again, don't lose sight of the PFMT. Had a little bit of a pullback, but it's kind of hanging in at the alert price from the option scanner. I don't blame you, Mason. I mean, you know, it didn't, and it was a little bit spready. Somebody was talking about the sold on the dip of IEA. I mean, it looks awesome now, but you know, it wasn't smooth. But it is an earnings play, you know, and why I was attracted to it in the first place. A couple of reasons. I mean, it's under $20. I like the ones under 20 from the AI. When you look left, there was the next high, 1260. So I mean, that could stall it easily. But you know, at the alert price of $11.99, just over 12, you know, if it got close to 1260, I thought, okay, it's got a shot. But I did trade out of it. I mean, you know, I did trade out of it. I did not get back in it. Boy, did some news come out for FWP? Benzinga, trading lower, not seeing any company disclosure, any reason for this other than people just, wow, I mean, this is just a massive dump, guys. Look at this, 14 down to 10. Mr. Lending Club, can you take out 25? Morning, Diego. All right, guys. Well, after that little bit of an excitement for some of these, a lot of the China stocks, not just the education ones, and even pre-market. Look at this for TAL. Even pre-market. I mean, you know, these had a great bounce yesterday, the last 2 days, but look at this now. Reality setting in again. So all the dip buyers are fleeing. Now they could come back. Boy, what is happening with FWP? This is almost like they're going to do a financing or something. Look at the float, 1.3 million in the float. Oh my goodness, guys. So, listen, the watch list is for you guys, right? I mean, it is for me, but I just can't pay enough attention. But look at this alert here for NTech at 1085. I mean, that was, an hour ago. And it really didn't do anything for a while. But look at it now, 1357. I mean, 1085 to 1357 and on volume. And that is for the NTech. I don't know what the LC 2389 didn't quite take out that 25. I don't know what I think the COCP kind of collapsed off that 145. Yeah, not really doing anything. And this one definitely. So I mean, they're not, but it's a watch list, So this one, for instance, NTEC, if you had stuck an alert, reset the alert around here on an 11 break. Yeah, you could have taken it. I mean, it popped up here. It came right back down. It's whippy. Don't get me wrong. This is super whippy. But 4.6, and that's the reason it's whippy. 4.69 million in the float. Now, if you're new, and it was halted also. The float is how many shares are available for trading. All right. So people ask me all the time, well, what do you think a low float is? For me personally, anything under 20 million is low. So the lower that number is when a stock is in play for whatever reason. I don't know if there's a specific reason for an NTech moving higher. It actually moved higher after hours yesterday. But if there's demand, this is your supply. And if you've got high demand, this is what can happen. It's just like any other commodity on earth. You have low demand and low supply and high demand. The price goes up. And conversely, if you've got high supply and low demand, the price will go down. Did Cook open? I haven't got my IPOs. I did not do an IPO scan, not scan, but I did not set the IPOs last week. It's a good one though. I mean, priced at 18, so there's excitement about it. Coming out at 23. Let me just take a look to see who was involved and how many shares, etc. So here's my IPO list. So Cook, 23 million, 18. Okay, so yeah, it's good excitement about it. 23, that's a nice percentage increase over the 18. Who is involved? Well, I wouldn't have thought that. So the creator and category leader of the wood pellet grill, an outdoor cooking system that ignites all natural. This seems like something you'd see on Shark Tank. Anyway, who's behind this? Wow, got some big guys. Morgan Stanley, Jefferies, Baird, William. Wow, there is a ton of people involved in this one. I don't see Goldman, but wow. I mean, this is a pretty big IPO. I got to buy one of these things. Interesting. Never heard of these guys. Never. We've got a Weber gas-fired one in their back. We hardly use it anymore. I'll have to check these guys out. Anybody have one? You have one, Diego. How do you like it? Sorry, we're getting a little just yeah. Okay, cool. I'll have to check it out. You're in Canada, so obviously they are available somewhere in Canada. All right, is SBET an IPO? Let's take a look. And the answer is, I guess so. Unless it's a simple name change, but let me just take a look at my IPO calendar. I don't know if I didn't see it there, but I don't see that it's there in my IPO list, okay? So is it foreign? You know what? This is what's happening. I'm noticing that unless it's a U.S. stock, if it's typically, if it's, though I do see some of the China IPOs in my calendar, but this is I think if it's a Israeli stock, they're not showing up in the IPO calendar. That's what I've been noticing. So yeah, I guess it is. Okay, guys, so that's why we wait, okay? The PFMT, just, that's why we wait. We did not get the alert. At least I didn't get the alert. I was waiting for this to break, and if it broke on volume through here, would have taken the trade. So, I still have the alert set up here. It may happen later on, but if it doesn't, we just move on. Meanwhile, NTech, wow. That's just a big wow on that alert from 1085. I did not take this trade. See if there's any yeah, again, I love Benzinga's releases here. Not seeing any company specific news or reason why this stock is doing this. Yeah, they did that split. Yeah. Oh, you're right. You're right. They did that split on the, yes. And our provider had it wrong, I think, at the beginning. I think, because it showed a huge increase. So, I mean, these stocks that do splits, companies that do splits, a lot of times, but I don't see any news on it. They try to put out a little bit of news afterwards anyway to maintain the stock price. And get some excitement in it, but I just don't see any news. But you're right, they did the split a couple of days ago. Or it was effective a couple of days ago. Boy, here's an earnings play. Unfortunately, yeah, it's just probably too much of a chase mode. TMHC. Oh my gosh, look at NTEC go, guys. Anybody take this from my from my scan here, my watch list? Probably, just no shorts available for me. Okay, guys, what time is it? 11:16. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, or even less. 5 minutes or less. Alright guys, I'm back. And guess what? LC making new highs. And taking finally out that 25. I mean, it still has room, guys. I mean, it still does have room. And the reason I say that is just look left. Just keep looking left on that monthly chart. The high is 29 something. Yeah, Bill, so it's just go to my homepage, find my homepage tab right there, click on the link. Okay, when you click on the link, this is what you'll see. Sorry, this is what you'll see. Okay, right here, my scans. Click here, and that's the one, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? No, really? Flux time? Really? Let me just load that. Let me just try this. That should not really, and that's what they say? Okay, so I just loaded this. Now, of course, I have a subscription, but let me just verify. That's crazy. So I've just posed that question. If that's the case, I've got to get them to change that. That's ridiculous. Because I mean, one of the things I always say, if you don't have a Christopher, well, he should know, but I have to get them to change that. That's ridiculous. Because one of the things is you don't have a subscription yet, and a great way for the test drive is to take a look at that to get prepared. Okay, well, I'm going to give you this link here. So are you Flux, try this link here. I was told, try that link here. Okay? Tell me if that worked. I was told you don't have to, if that's the case, then I'm going to change my link to that particular link. All right, so how to read the tickers. Okay, you can do this, an alert window, or if you have the AI, okay, you can do this, right click, properties, actions, and check to play sound. And then you set up the sound, and you can have text to speech, okay? So the whole idea of our alerts, our sound alerts, the whole idea of our sound alerts is to, yeah, you can have one text to speech. You don't want to put them all, because if you do, you'll never know which ones to look at. Okay? Aaron? Okay? Aaron, did you get that? And for the rest of them, if you have other alert windows or the AI or whatever else you want to put an alert on, sound alert on, use a custom sound. Okay. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this thing with the 20 lessons. Well, okay, before I would pay anybody, I would take a look at the 20 lessons, okay? I would also look at all the videos that we have, depends what sort of help you're looking for, okay? If you're brand new to trading, we don't teach trading, okay, as such. We're a scanner, show you how to use the scanner and all, but we do have a video series, you know, regarding training or trading that you can take a look at. So before I would, you know, pay, I think we do have a one-on-one. I think it's $139. But before I would do that, I would exhaust all of our free support. And the training, it's up to you. I mean, if you decided no, I still need some, it's up to you. They don't, you know, you have to tell them, okay, this is what I'm looking to do, etc. It's not that there's a planned one-on-one training in the hour, if that makes sense. But I would exhaust all other avenues before you think you have to pay for the training. So again, just go to the home page here, my home page, my tab right there. Click on it, or sorry, click on the tab, click on the link, and right here, a lot of education is right here. Okay? Meanwhile, yes, unbelievable. I have no insight into the swing channel. I mean, look, all you do is click on the alerts, see what they look like. I think mainly they're looking at stocks coming off the bottom. Okay, all right. Other than that, just click on the alerts and see what you see. Check what you see on a daily, weekly, monthly. If a stock looks like it's has some room, then you can make a judgment yourself on whether or not you want to swing it. Boy, this one is on a mission, NTEC. I mean, yeah, the reverse split 2 days ago. If people have been trading for a few years, you know that maybe up to, I don't know how long ago, maybe up to 2 to 3 years ago, if a company did a reverse split, it was usually terrible anyway. I mean, they do a reverse split. Usually they're doing a reverse split to maintain a Nasdaq listing or something like that. But so the new price would come out and it would just crater. Not anymore. I mean, I'm not saying every one of them does this, but it's not a slam dunk anymore that a stock craters after it does a reverse split. All right, let me. Okay, Bob, I'm going to private message you because I need your email. Okay. So hopefully you can see the pop-up, private chat. Okay, and just give me your email so I can alert her so she can find you. It's possible it just got lost in the shovel, and I do apologize if that's what happened. Okay. Just give me a moment here. Okay, I'm just going to, you don't have to answer, I'm going to shut this down, okay? And now I'll just, just a minute. Okay, I have emailed her, and not emailed her, I've done our little internal, and she certainly knows. She'll get back to me. Hopefully she's not on vacation. If she's on vacation, then we'll get somebody else to do it. Well, obviously this is the star of the day, NTEC. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, so she just emailed me back. She just told me that she doesn't see anything from you. You know what? Found it under spam. And yeah. Okay, she's saying she'll take care of it now. Okay, so that's for you, Bob. Bob from Delaware, I guess. Okay, that's a tough one when it hits our spam. You know, she has no idea. All right, guys. Wow, 11:37 already. Been a fast morning. So I believe it's Jamie. I just want to confirm that it'll be Jamie in the YouTube room when I. And okay, what is happening with ICVX? ICVX. Oh, this is a okay. This is an IPO halted several times. ICVX, just waiting for that hood open. Well, guys, listen. LC it's a winner. I wish it had been a little smoother at the beginning, but it's definitely a winner from the option scanner. I wish it just been a little bit smoother at the beginning, that's all. Eric into the GME. Okay, I do know. I've taken those off. I see AMC is popping a bit. Haven't been following, not really following them anymore. But this one tanked in the pre-market, BCEL, and it's continued down. A little bit of a different type of one. Obviously, it's a bio, and they came up with bad news. So it's not like it had the pop and then the drop. I mean, this just went down. BCEL, this is an all-time low. BCEL, all-time low. Si, senor. Okay, Jamie said it is him. Yeah, just type hood in. Okay, type it in. So you have it on a chart, and then right click and create price alert and put $1. Okay, and then save it. And when it starts to trade, you have to have your price alerts window open. You don't have to have it, you can minimize it. Okay, but from our toolbar, click on new and then price alerts window. Okay, when you do that, if you've never used our price alerts before, then it'll be blank. Okay, obviously you'll have nothing in it, but if you you notice I've got it down here, should be down here somewhere. Hood, okay. So when it starts to trade, because I have it minimized, it'll pop up on my screen. I'll see it right at the top. Okay, so that's how you do it. Get rid of all these ones that are triggered. Okay? That's the little trick that I do for IPOs. You mean the price alerts window? Just click on, from the toolbar, click on new and then price alerts. Now guys, if you're not using our price alerts window, you know, it's first of all, it's so easy to do. And I think you know, instead of having to stare at charts, you can just set a price alert. And then when you get the alert, the window will pop up on your screen. They're very simple to set. So for instance, on the PFMT, let's just say I wanted to set a price alert for 522. So all I have to do is I just go to the alert, or I go onto the chart, go onto the, place my cursor wherever I want. So right there, say 525, create a price alert at 525. I don't have to put any notes in if I don't want to. I just save it, and that's it. So if it hits 525, it's going to pop up on my screen. Okay, guys, my headset is dying on me, so I'm just going to have to make a change. All right, guys, back. All right, guys. Well, don't lose sight of the PFMT, okay? Please, don't lose sight of it. I like it because it's got room, okay? So if it gets back up to this area, you know, it has room to run if it wants to. I mean, that's why the LC was so interesting, because it had all sorts of room. RSLS, let's take a look, see what it's doing. It must be surging right now. Okay, so what do I see? Let's see, 428. It's got some resistance right around here. It's a low float, 7.6 million in the float. Yeah, it's just a primer. Just, you know, at least it tells you, okay, I mean, if you just start off on the test driver, or even with, you know, I take out a subscription today with from Trade Ideas, and you really don't know the program at all. I mean, the first thing you're thinking is, well, what is an alert window? What is a top list window? Like, what do they have to offer? I don't know how to make it any bigger. I'm sorry. I used to have something that was a lot, I shouldn't say that, I know, but for whatever reason, it was slowing down my system so much. So I'm sorry. Well, there is a you can take a look at the live. I haven't looked at this for a long time. Okay, but if you again click on my homepage tab, I haven't looked at this in a long time. Click here on the education section, and starting trade ideas from scratch. I think that goes into a lot of detail. Okay, I think if it's the one I remember, it's about a 45-minute long video, and it literally, starting trade ideas from scratch. So you might want to take a look at that. All right, guys, well, I'm getting close to my break time. I have three 32-inch 4K monitors. No, the alerts stay. The only way you can get rid of them is by doing a clear. But no, the alerts stay. It's a real-time alert, that will stay. It doesn't adjust afterwards. Some mouse pointer I was using. This is a while ago. Okay, I had a big mouse pointer, and it was slowing down my system. But this is a while ago. Of course, what I see on my screen is a big mouse pointer. That's what I see. So it may depend on the size of your monitor too. I don't know. I see SID here, SID. I see it's making new high after new high after new high. Well, the only thing is, this is a Brazilian company, so I don't know. I wouldn't call this an infrastructure. I know what you're talking about, the infrastructure bill in the States, but unless they do a lot of work in in the United States. Excellent, Bob. Yeah. So that's just a general announcement, guys. Okay. I was talking with Bob. He had wanted to upgrade using the promo code. If we have a promo, and I guess it was July 4th, and you take say a monthly subscription, and within 30 days you do want to upgrade, say, to an annual subscription, we'll honor the promo code. And all you have to do is contact usually Kelly. But the bottom line is this: is sometimes, and I don't know why, you guys send something to her and it goes directly into her spam folder, and she's so busy. I don't think she doesn't check her spam folder every day. So if it happens like that, you contacted Kelly, you're looking for an upgrade, just put something in the room and I'll make sure it gets done. Yeah, so if you go to my home page, okay, find my home page tab, and then click on, what are you going to see? So you're going to see, okay, so this is what you'll see when you click on my homepage, click on the link from within my homepage tab. This is what you'll see. So here's the education section. Click here. And then scroll down to where it says educational videos. One of them is starting trade ideas from scratch. So I'm assuming you just click on watch videos. And here we go. There it is. Starting trade ideas from scratch. Okay. Oh, these are all new. Okay. These are, some of them are new. All right. All right, GSS is on the way up. Okay, I had to make sure. I wasn't sure. Wow, what a break here, 237. Look at that. Look at that break. So guys, you know, consolidation breaks can be excellent. All right, nice consolidation break on volume. Okay, look at the volume that came in. Okay, and that usually will sustain the break for a while. Okay, one moment, please. TPX, let's take a look at it. I know it's outside. Yeah, because and guys, you know, any one of my scans that you have, I mean, if you don't like the price range or you want to make an adjustment, of course. You know, I just happen to like the stocks that are under, I mean, that's a great looking, yeah, I mean, the option volume is there, the percent is there, yeah. I mean, it's an earnings play, TPX, a little temper, I used to call it Tempur-Pedics, but I guess it's Tempur-Sealy now. But you can always adjust, you know, my basic new highs and lows. I look for stocks between 1 and 20. You may want a different range. You know, it's a template that I use, that's all. I can't short Entech. No shorts available for me and Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. I don't know. Did I put the YouTube? I don't think I put the YouTube link in here. So I'll be taking a break in a couple of minutes. Jamie will take over. Not in the main trading room, in the YouTube room. So I will pop the link in if you want to head over there. He'll be there between 12 and 1. Jamie is more of a swing trader than I am, so although I have no idea if he's swinging anything, I don't know how to swing. I mean, I mean it. I have no idea. I mean, I may hold the odd one overnight, maybe a couple of days, but Like the LC, as an example, LC, because it has room, depends how it closes, it's possible. I mean, look at the gap. And look left. I mean, it still has room to that 30 level in theory, so. Boy, what a great short that FLGC. I wonder if shorts are available now. No. Somebody said they were available earlier at Interactive Brokers, but look at this. I mean, a great pop in the pre-market looked awesome. I mean, I thought maybe this will just keep moving higher and higher. It actually had a little bit of news today. Of course, this was an all-time high, but market opens and it's just been fading, fading, fading. Big profit taking. Here's a little, I haven't seen too many of the gambling stocks. ELYS, this is a very low float again, 14 million in the float. Composite rating is, it takes into account the technicals and fundamentals. Okay, so the higher that number, in theory, it'll have good technicals and fundamentals. Okay, 100 being the top. So my guess is if I look at, say, a Microsoft, 92, you see? Strong fundamentals, obviously, and also strong technicals. Strong technicals usually meaning, above all moving averages and other aspects. So it is a proprietary formula that we use to rank stocks. So again, 100 would be the top. So if you're looking for strong stocks, you can always use this. I actually, before I leave, let me just pop this in. So here's a composite. Let's see if it's the right one. No, wrong one. There we go. So this is something that okay, Jamie, I see you're streaming right now. Okay, guys, I'll pop this link in for you. Okay, if you're interested in this composite, I'll stop streaming right now, Jamie. Hey guys, I'll pop this link in for you. Okay, if you're interested in this composite, I'll stop streaming right now, Jamie. Hey guys, I'll pop this link in for you. Okay, if you're interested in this composite.
Okay, thank you very much, Barry. I do believe I've got the screen now. Hopefully you guys can see my desktop and hear my voice as well. If someone could use the chat panel and just say, hey, we can see, we can hear, that would be fantastic. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Thank you, Kevcom. All right, we're good to go. All right, welcome to my desktop. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. As you guys can see, it's just kind of my same old layout. However, we do have a new toy to play with here, as you all are aware who are on the latest version. With the docking capabilities, we've got a new single stock window. So if I just cruise up here to new single stock dock window, you'll see we've kind of spiced it up a little bit. And this is how it comes default. And then of course, we can add all of the things that we like to see. Got some of the key factors here. Tell you what, let me grab my Epic pen real quick here. Andy, greetings. Thank you. Kevcom and Bill. Okay, so I was just pointing out on the new docked compare count window, got all our favorite factors here. Of course, we can add anything that we want to see just by right-clicking in the window and adding some more. I had added a bunch of my favorite metrics, but I forgot to save it, so I'm just going to come back in here and add some of my faves, like 5-minute volume. Well, is that one already on there? Nope, don't see it. So, show column, there we go. And maybe a few things that I don't want on there. We want earnings, change, smart stop, not so much for me. We got float, we got short float, that's all good. And we'll just leave it there for now. Not really a lot of information on SPY, obviously. But there we go. Okay. All right, Amir is saying that DD looks interesting at 990. Let's pull up old DD. And hopefully my noise canceling mic is doing its job and you guys can't hear the lawn people outside, hopefully. 990, which would be, yeah, it's kind of basing out here. We're looking at the 15-minute candles. If it gets above this little shelf here, it might have some room. Of course, what are we seeing over here on the daily? And we're just shy, actually, at the top of that candle. Kind of looks like that this is where it might run out of steam if it gets another little lift here. So we do have a little bit of room there. Or if it gets really frisky, if we check out the volume here, volume on the relative scale, not too bad. Little stock already kicking out. Let's see. Not getting any float data here, but it has traded 90, almost 94 million shares. So it's definitely active today. And if it really gets frisky, then we might get above these levels here. Maybe that becomes support again. Behaving nicely according to the 10-period fast line here, which is the green line. Okay, let's see here. Would Lev be in the house? LEV. The only reason I'm asking is Steve had indicated that you might be in here and have some questions about 1-minute volume and things of that nature. So Lev, if you're in here, raise your hand. Otherwise, questions panel is open. AI having a somewhat decent day today. It's been kind of hit or miss for the old AI lately. Simply because it seems that when we get up into these areas here, here we are just kind of grinding and ebbing and flowing around all-time highs. Technically all-time highs today, but not by a whole lot. But it makes for tricky trading, to say the least. Even though the market's at all-time highs, that certainly does not mean that you can just buy anything and it goes up. It's very much a stock picker's market right now. A lot of rotation that only lasts maybe a day or so. So it is a tricky market. And when we have low volume, that kind of exacerbates the situation as well. But the good news is, if we want to focus only on stocks with volume, we can do that. What was the one Barry was talking about right before I took the mic here? FLGC, one of the big flyers. 1, 2, 3. 3 big days, and now we're having the pullback day. Where do we open here? 929. So yeah, we opened pretty much at the top of this candle today, and we can see what all FLGC's been doing since the open. Seller coming in full effect for the first 45 minutes. Buyers and sellers become equal during this little time period here. And then the seller steps back in. So we got a nice little secondary move. Let's just call it from the 730 level down to the 670. So not the bulk of the move, but from a percentage basis on a safer setup, I should say. not a bad move as FLGC gives back some of that big run. LC not having too bad of a day. This is a little scanner that Andy handed out last Thursday in the trading studio. I've been keeping my eyes on it. It's unusually strong options volume. Been kicking out some pretty decent winners here. And the good thing about this window is it's not overly active. So what do we have there? For some reason I'm noticing when I click, I'm not getting my little arrow here, but 8:48, that would have been the beginning, or 3 minutes into this candle right here. So 23.89, a little high, but still not bad. That's right about 23.88. So it has just steadily marched up. So up over a point on the LC. SGLB, well, you know, when you see things like this, 461 would have been at the top of that candle. I would have had to take a little pause there just because so much energy had been expended. Much different than what we see in LC here. PFMT, not so good. And TPX, that was late in the day. Yeah, so pretty much as it was breaking this level here. But not a bad setup in TPX from a consolidation standpoint. And what do we got over here? It does look as if TPX is, let's just zoom out a little bit here. Make sure. Yep, TPX, nice little break to highs right here. The question is, are you primarily an intraday trader or more of a swing trader? Well, the answer to that question, Bill, is both. You know, swing trading's gotten a lot more difficult up here in the chop. Referring to the overall markets, the SPY, the bigger indexes. So swing trading has gotten more difficult because things are just starting to top out and action is choppy. So a lot of myself and the crew here, you know, we've had to adjust, and of course you always have to adjust according to market conditions. So I'm a lot more likely to scalp at present, whereas before, when the market, you know, when we were still coming off that V bottom, you know, the swing trading was definitely the path of least resistance. So still like swing trades, still like intraday trades. Of course, you know, the intraday trades that I seek out are pretty basic in the forms of opening range breaks and things of that nature, maybe some moving average bounce plays. But you have to be very nimble in the intraday game. So it's a little bit of both right now. It's more like a hybrid, whereas, you know, before we got to the top here, it was more swing trading, but less swing trading now, folding in a few more intraday scalps. Speaking of swing trades, here's one that I entered into just earlier in the day. Compliments of Mr. Steve Gomez, who also produces the trade of the week as well. BBBY. Okay. Here we are on the weekly. Doesn't look too bad, but let's go over to the daily and check out the action as of late. Okay. Nice little consolidation right here. And it looks like the 10 period right here on the daily is dictating the action. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the past 5 days. We'd have little dips down to the 10 period, but always found support right there, as we can see from the wicks. Here, here, here. Now it's looking like we might get back to the top of this level here. So for a swing trade, feel very comfortable entering that position. I think I got in at 29.56 earlier today. bottom of this area right here is my clearly defined stop area. As we can see from the blue line there, I've got a price alert set. If it does get down there, I'd probably exit the position. But we've got a promising daily here. And in addition to that, you know, Bed Bath & Beyond, everybody probably, you know, if you live in a medium to larger town, there's probably a Bed Bath & Beyond not too far from your house. They sell all kinds of stuff in the retail world, obviously. But even more interesting, as Steve pointed out earlier, if we check out the short float here, okay? Check out that short float. 40% short, okay? And there are 103 million shares in the tradable or the publicly traded float. So roughly speaking, we got about 40 million shares short. So you might be asking yourself, well, what's the deal with short float? Okay, these are people that have been betting that the stock is going to go down. They have big short positions. So take a little gander at the, tell you what, let me shrink this guy a little bit. Give that daily a little bit more room there. All right, compressing my daily, we can see. Let's just confirm. Let's zoom out a little bit here and just take a look at the weekly. Okay, so we're nowhere near all-time highs on triple BY. All right, the shorts had a fine time, okay, during this whole downturn, and it looks like a lot of them are still holding. You know, where is the pain threshold? All right, well, we can see it's gotten a little frisky. In the past few weeks, we'd have to probably go back. Let's see, what week was that? This was the week of, okay, that was way back in January. So we have had some nice spikes here. And depending on what the short floats were back here, that might be what has helped, you know, made it so volatile on these spike ups. But the bottom line is this. When the shorts have had enough, right, and they think, well, we've milked this thing for about as much as we can, then when it starts setting up technically, when it starts getting technically appealing, I should say, for the trading world, well, then people start placing their bets, getting long, and when these key levels are hit, you have more buying coming in because the patterns appear to be working, and then you have the short covering coming in, which is additional buying, not because they think it's, you know, not because they're opening long positions, but because they're covering their short positions. So when you have organic buying in from people just think the selling is done, and from a technical aspect it looks like a good trade, well, that forces price action up. Then the shorts hit their pain threshold, so you have more buying coming in on top of the regular buying, which can cause what we call a short squeeze. So when you see a short float getting up into this area, 40%, 50%, we've even seen them, you know, technically over 100%, which should be impossible, but if you've been keeping up with the GameStop and the AMC stories, well, we all know that things can get out of whack, and when those short squeezes come in, it can make for some pretty big upside action. All right, Trey, let's see here. Yeah, Trey, your comment there about sluggish performance if you're on 5-5, I have noticed a little bit of that as well, but typically it's only present when you have a docked window. All right, for example, all these windows right here are free floating. Okay, I currently have no docked windows open other than my my single stock window. Now, if I did have a docked layout running, that's when I've noticed that it'll get a little sluggish. Okay, so that's one thing that the devs are working on. It's probably, you know, hopefully something that can be fixed with tweaking some code. So if you don't have any docked windows, right, do you notice the slowdown, or is it only when you have docked windows? Siri, how to pin a free-floating top list. Okay. Well, I'd prepared a top list in case our high volume friend Lev came in. So here I have a free-floating top list, right? So should just be as easy as right-clicking and selecting pinned right there. So that's how we pin a free-floating window. No surprise to see Intech up here at the top leading the 1 minute volume. Guys that are, or stocks that are doing big 1 minute volume. So on a percentage basis, ooh, it just dropped from 72 to 42, but that's still 42x 1 minute volume. Intech had a really juicy run here. And not a bad consolidation period as well in the opening about 45 minutes there. That would have been a real choice time to pick up a little Intech right there. And then we took a little ride from 11.17 up to almost 18 bucks. Wow. Right, Trey. And I wish I had a way, or I wish that you weren't seeing the lag. You have to keep in mind that that's our first version containing the docked windows. So there will be a few kinks to get ironed out. Probably some type of optimization, so that when you do have the docked windows, think about it. This is one layout or one part of my layout still using free floating windows, right? But if I had a docked version up, duplicating this, and then maybe I had a couple of channels up over here that were docked, if I said, okay, let's throw up a new docked channel bar, and then I said, you know what, I want to keep the strength alerts up. And then I said, you know what, I'm going to shrink this guy down because it doesn't need to be that big. And then if I kept repeating the process here, I set a new dock channel bar, and I also want to keep, momentum channel open. The more docked windows or docks with windows inside that I add, that's going to contribute to the sluggishness at this point. And I know they're aware of that, and they're actively working to try to make it not so sluggish. But since that's the first version, we just have to kind of give them some time to optimize that. I don't know if it's a load balancing issue or what it is. Holly not doing too bad today, a little bit more active than she has been. We got 4 from Neo, 2 from 2.0, and 8 from 1.0. So we got 14 signals today. Good news is that only one of them has been stopped out, Triple D. The WLK kind of leading the show as far as the winners go. A little tailwind, pullback type of alert here. Okay, so Siri, I see your comment on the top list. Okay, so let's make sure we're looking at the right thing here. So with the top list, I just right click. We don't go to properties, we just go right to pinned. Okay, see, properties doesn't contain the pinned option. Pinned is its own option right here, not necessarily in properties. Okay, Aaron, I see your Aaron Aquaculture. Hey, I'm familiar with that. Back when I was living in California, so to speak. Let me see here. Let's just go over to Barry's chain. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to spawn a new dock channel bar. We'll go over to Barry's room. Where's Barry's? There we go. Okay, so here are some of Barry's windows. I don't know if you're referring to any of these windows, or maybe it was another window that Barry was showcasing or talking about. But all we have to do to pop in here to see the settings is right click, hit the old configure, and then we can see all the alerts that are attached to these windows. Simple new high here, and then we can pop into filters to see his exact filter settings. Now, of course, Barry watches different windows, so if the window that you're referring to is not on here, just let me know the name of the window and I can grab it from Barry and we can pick it apart and take a look at it. But as far as the Barry channel goes, you know, we've only got 3 alert windows here, and all we have to do is right click, hit configure, and then take a look at the alert, new low, relatively few filter settings here. I'm amazed at AMD. This thing is trading like a small cap stock. Big breakout here. All-time highs yesterday, and today the trend is continuing. Boy, what a nice staircase there. Right, and of course you can go to Barry's website and get a lot more information there as well. Okay, so you know what? Poor. Funny you should say that. I was just about to pull this over here and take a look at some of the big volume movers today. So, what I'm going to do here is now a quick word here before I drop the link for Volume Radar into the chat window. Okay. You'll notice if we take an alert window, and what I'm going to talk about here is the 1 minute volume, because you can see up here I've got 1 minute volume, I've got 5 minute volume, I've got relative volume. Okay, and just to recap here for those of you that might not be familiar with the differences here, relative volume is, well, as far as what is normal, 1 is normal, and relative volume of course can ebb and flow and change throughout the day as volume comes in and dies off. But if we look and we see a stock trading at relative volume of 1, then that's a pretty safe assumption that if volume continues in the capacity that it's currently in, then the stock is on pace to finish trading, quote unquote, its normal trading volume for the day. If we see a value of 2, if the volume continues, it could potentially trade 2 times the amount of volume, so forth and so on. So no big surprise here to see that Intech is at 23 on the relative volume. And when we get over to the smaller time frames, 1 minute and 5 minute, these are percentage filters. So a value of 100 would be normal volume for these time frames. 200 is 2x, so forth and so on. So LC is currently doing 30 times normal 1 minute volume and 32 times on 5 minute. Now, here's the catch. In the top list, 1 minute volume is not available by default, whereas it is in the alert window. If we go into configure and we go to search and we just type in 1 minute volume, well, yeah, you can see there it is in its native format. But to get 1 minute volume to show up as a column in the top list, we have to create a custom version. All right. Now in this case, my 1 minute volume is a custom filter, and I've got it programmed as U99. So when I drop the link, when you pull this window up, you won't see 1 minute volume. So quick note here. If you want 1 minute volume to show up in your top list, I'm going to drop the email in here and just say, hey, I was in Jamie's support session today. They'll forward it over to me, and then I can insert 1 minute volume directly into your account using the same U99, so that when you pull this window up, it'll just pop right in there. So the email address I just dropped into the chat panel, info@trade-ideas.com. If you do need the 1 minute volume custom filter inserted, just send an email over there. Tell me you saw it in the support session today. They'll forward it over to me, and I will insert that filter for you. Okay, so I do believe I had this one custom. Okay, it looks like I've color coded this one according to relative volume, right? Notice the gradient's going to change as the relative volume number changes. Of course, you can sort by any of these other columns. These are the relative volume movers, but if you want to sort by 1 minute volume movers, just double click, you'll do that. If 5 minutes more your fancy, then we can do it that way too, but it is set to default sort by relative volume. So let me go ahead and drop this into the chat. Okay, so there's the volume radar cloud link. What is that float? Yeah, Intech, classic example of a low float stock. As we can see right here, only 4.69 million shares in the float. Typically, we consider a low float 20 million shares or less. So this one is really low. And when the volume comes into a low float stock, this is what you get. Big moves. Of course, other side of that coin, big down moves also possible. But no shortage of high volume stocks coming through this window, because that's what this window is looking for. Simple new high with some basic filtering in place, but we have to have a relative volume of 3, otherwise it won't even show it to me. I'm glad you pointed that out, because you know what? I made the prediction. I'm like, they're going to open up Robinhood at lunch. And sure enough, shortly into the lunch hour, New York being 12:29 right now, here it is, Hood. Let's take a peek. All right, so let's look at 1 minute candles, since it's only been open for 5 minutes. All right, which way will she go? What do we have, a low here of 35? We've had a high already of 40.25. All right, interesting. So see over here, I had my Hood watcher prepared. And just anytime Hood takes a tick, this thing's going to show it to me. Now, how much volume? We've already traded 20 million shares already. I don't even know how many's in the float. Any of that good stuff. So we're just kind of right in the middle of the range right now. So, since we do have limited data, what are we going to do? Are we going to stay in this range all day? Are we going to come up here and take out highs? Are we going to come out here or come down here and take out lows? I want to say this was priced. Was it priced at 38? I don't even remember. I know there was chatter all the way from 30 to 38. What was the opening print again? Yeah, opened right at 38. I think that's where it was priced. Of course, you know, if it did break to the downside, I don't think you could short it. Pretty certain that you can't. But it'd be fun. Won't stop me from trying. Keeping in mind that these are 1 minute candles, let's look at some of the volume here. Okay. In the opening 1 minute candle, we traded almost 12 million shares. Traded 3.4 million in that one, 2 million, 1.4, 1.5, 750, 860. Okay, so volume is definitely waning, so to speak, which is not surprising. That's some big volume levels in 1 minute periods right there. And just kind of scrolling through the history here. Looks like we had a lot of green events, but now it seems the tide has turned red. What's our low right there? The low is 35 even. Interesting. Just for giggles. I had to send a short order out over to E-Trade. Of course, I got rejected. But you never know until you try. And I would assume that's going to be the case at just about everywhere. So if I was going to try to play Robinhood today, I only have one direction to go. I would have to bet on a bounce or some kind of long trade because shares are not yet available for shorting. Aha, that was my next question, David. Is it shortable on IB? And apparently it is. Which there's a little theory we've been bouncing back and forth around here. There's never a free lunch. You might think it's free, but in the end there's never a free lunch. And so what we've all noticed here with a lot of the free large retail outfits like E-Trade, Ameritrade, you might not get charged a commission, but a lot of the times you go to make a nice short trade or what you hope might be a nice short trade, only to be rejected at, say, E-Trade because hard to borrow, but yet it's available over at IB. Now, you may be asking yourself the question, well, why is it available at IB and not available at E-Trade? Well, if you're trading, say, with Brokerage Plus over at Interactive Brokers, all the orders get routed through their API. And while they do have a version of their platform that is commission-free, not if you're using the API. You're still getting charged a commission. Oh, how about that? Oh, you still have to pay a commission, and you can short that trade over here. But in the zero commission environment, sorry, you can't short that thing. So therein lies the no free lunch reference. There's always a price to be paid. And yes, David, see, yeah, you can short it, but this is how much you're going to have to pay on top, which is even more of kind of a slap in the old face there. But hey, if the trade works and you make a lot more money than you paid in fees, I guess it's worth it. And as we can see right now, Hood is breaking to the downside. Notice the plethora of red alerts as this opening range break here continues to the downside. So I tried to short it, but I was rejected. My goodness, I gotta see if anybody, 24.7% fee. That is just crazy. Yeah, there was a lot of banter depending on what talking head you listen to. Like, I don't ever have CNBC up, but I did stumble across a clip on Twitter with Jim Cramer up there giving his 2 cents, and it was not good. Overpriced talk, down to 30, blah, blah, blah. Never know, but based on the price action thus far, we're just 4 points away from 30, and this thing could fall 4 points in a couple of minutes. So it'll be interesting to see how this thing plays out. Let's check in on another recent IPO, Coinbase. Of course, all crypto, but we had the high back here. Okay, we had and I guess that is the whole daily since coin hadn't been around very long. And that is where we opened at 381, topped out at 429, and it's never seen the light of day since, right? So that's the way Robinhood might, the Robinhood chart might end up looking like this one. Too early to tell, but definitely a possibility. I wonder how Bitcoin's doing. And you know what? Typically all I have to do is pull up this stock. MSTR's MicroStrategies, Michael Saylor, the guy that they own a ton of Bitcoin. And usually this thing's going to trade right in line with Bitcoin. Of course, I would think that the action, just take a peek real quick. And here we are looking at the coin, but we'll look at the daily, not the weekly. Yeah, so this is the daily, and we're just kind of flattening out up here. Nothing really to speak of as far as today has been. Nice and boring around 40, and it'll be interesting to see if 40 becomes the new support or continues to act as resistance. All right. Yeah, David, your comment about that fee rate, which seems almost downright criminal, but I guess it's not. It reminds me of the older days when we old school guys who had to actually go to offices to trade, we had what they call synthetic puts. Now, what were they doing behind the scenes? But all you had to do if you wanted to short a stock is go, okay, I see I can buy synthetic puts for this amount. Maybe it's $20 per 1,000. So, you know, you get $100 worth, allows you to short 5,000. Ridiculous on the fee side. You know, $100 just to borrow it. But, you know, if you made good money, if you made 1,000, had to pay 200 in extra fees, so what? Kind of sounds like they just reinvented that game for the hard to borrow. All right, ladies and gents, question panel is wide open. Interesting, you know. Maybe this level would act as support. Nope. Now buyers and sellers are kind of somewhat equal. And this little level here now appears to be acting as resistance. just about the only time I would ever watch 1 minute candles is in a situation like this. The question is it true if you put a sell limit, then they can't borrow your shares? Okay, so for example, let me just kind of back up here. Let's say, let's just say a marginable stock, doesn't necessarily have to be Robinhood, but let's say you have a margin account that allows you extra leverage. Okay, if you have a stock that's marginable and you're long in that stock and you've signed that margin agreement, if you read the fine print, typically what that means is they can loan your stock out to be short sold. Now, you never see it technically leave your account, but they know that they can allocate shares for shorting. Now, if you have an open order, then I can't be 100% sure, CA, on that. You'd probably have to check with your broker dealer, but the logic is they can't loan your stock out because you have a sell order that might get hit. Now, the logic makes sense to me, but I cannot confirm nor deny if that is true. You'd have to get that answer right from the broker dealer. You know, it reminds me of a lot of these low float companies in the past. You know, they're like, hey, there's short selling going on in our stock, but we don't think that there's really any stock out there to be available for shorting. And look, as I'm talking here, we set up this new little base on the 1 minute, and now we're punching through it again. So yeah, I think the only way that short shares will not be sold, and of course this is my hypothesis, the only way to make sure the shares are not really available is if you take delivery of the certificates, which is old school. But if you take delivery of the actual certificates and they're not held digitally in an account, that's really the only way, in my opinion, to prevent shares from being short sold. Yeah, Kevcom, a lot of other people share your opinions on Robinhood as well. I mean, and once again, this might be true and it might not be, but I heard it for some pretty reputable sources that for the longest time, Robinhood didn't even have a compliance officer, which is kind of like, you know, isn't the primary recipe when you start a broker dealer. You know, you have to have a 24, a manager, you have to have a compliance officer, you have to have a financial officer. Who knows? All right, the question is, can you still watch 1 minute candles or even second, I guess maybe 2 minute candles if you are aware of support and resistance levels? Sure. I mean, it's really just a personal preference. I mean, for stocks that have been trading for, you know, or depending on the time of the day. Example, on the open. On the open, not anything wrong with watching 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute candles. I mean, the longer the day gets, the longer my intraday time frame goes. It really just depends on, okay, how quickly would you like to place a bet or a trade, right? If we're watching 1 minute volume and we see a nice little pattern of 1 minute candles in the first 5-10 minutes, you know, these patterns are fractal, so they can occur. You're just going to see them materialize slightly sooner on a 1 minute. You know, some crazier traders I know that still are in the prop field, they watch 30-second candles, right? It really just depends on your aptitude and what you're looking for. But yeah, we could easily duplicate this guy right here. Hey, let's just, we want to look at half the amount of candles. We go 2. All right. We still see the same pattern here. We still see this breakdown here. We just see it in fewer candles right here. Oh, you're talking literally about 1 second candles, Avery. I got you. All right. When you said second candles, I thought you were referring to 2-minute candles for a minute there. I'm just like, took a while for the old brain to go, oh, you're literally talking about 1-second candles. And I'm sure they even have smaller increments for people that have platforms that display that. Yep, that just allows you to act sooner, which, assuming on your pattern, sooner is better on a working trade. Yeah, and then you have the good old tick, the tick where the line just moves in real time. Pardon me while I just check a few positions over on the other screen here. Speaking of hard to borrow, here we are looking at the Holly blotter today. Notice I'm sorting by best winners from moderate, and it looks pretty much the same in every category right now, unless a target's been hit or the trade's been exited. But yeah, DAO, nice little trade, yielding some nice percentages. Okay, 9%, almost 10% on DAO. But guess what? Was not borrowable at E-Trade. I haven't looked at IB, but I would bet a small amount of money that it was probably available at IB. 50-50 chance. Always a pleasure, Avery. Where did my one window go? There it is. It was hiding. No more high option volume plays since the TPX. I think if you're a market participant, a trader, I think probably, I don't know what percentage of people are actually watching and participating in Hood at this point in time. Getting a little bouncy off the lows here. All right. Just heard my chimes. That means, unfortunately, I got stopped out of something. But that's okay. Yeah, I've had a small account over at Tasty Trade. Was playing around with their small exchange instruments when they first launched. And they have a similar thing as IB. If the shares are not available, then they can make them available for a nice handsome fee. Whereas at E-Trade, they don't even have a program like that, or not that I've been made aware of, and we've made some inquiries. Yep, thank you, David. Just a meager 11% to borrow DAO. Let's see, so you if you really made a good trade in it and you made almost 10%, and then you had to pay 11%, I don't know what that would be a percentage of, but what a racket. Volume just kind of drying up here on the SPY. Remember we were talking about how in these percentage filters 100 is normal, so we're doing 12% of normal volume on the 1 minute, 25 on the 5. I mean, the market is sleeping right now. Definitely sleeping. And we've just traded a meager 47 million shares. Does anybody know off the top of their head how many shares went? And there's TPX. First spawned by the high options alert window from 43.40. A little lofty. But if you're buying a breakout, it's working so far, and we're hitting new highs. Up about not quite 40 cents from that original alert. But it's always nice when you see something cascade like this. One window gets you in, then later on you see it coming through, hitting new highs while doing exceptional volume. And their earnings date was today, so obviously beds are where it's at right now. Yeah, Kevcom. Tasty trade, I mean, good executions, right? Good, robust little platform. I really like their trading platform. You can do options there as well. Commission free, of course, unless it's a hard to borrow. Then they have a system set up very similar to IB where you can pay extra money to make those shorts available. Yeah, Kevcom, it's weird because anytime a new platform comes out, like even E-Trades or Ameritrades or any broker dealer, it's like, who in the world designed this? You know, because most of them are not very friendly. You know, that's one of the big factors that drove us to create Brokerage Plus, right? So that trading could become easier, right? So instead of all these weird interfaces that look like they were designed by non-traders, right? Well, it's much easier to manage a blotter like this, right? And these are just a bunch of small positions that I have open and live in Brokerage Plus. But hey, if I want to get out of this, I just click here, I click flatten, you know? If I want to get out of all of these at the same time, I could do this. I could limit out, set my limit, hit the button, boom. All those orders go out simultaneously, all right? Same thing if I want to cut a position in half, if I want to double it, if I think the upside's out of it and I want to reverse and go short, I can hit this button. So, you know, currently available at E-Trade and IB. Hopefully it's going to be available at Ameritrade and maybe even Tasty Trade in the future. And you can connect multiple accounts. You know, you could be logged into I'm currently logged into E-Trade, but you could have E-Trade and IB logged in at the same time, trade through both accounts all in one place. Also, you know, gives you the ability to use the right-click trading in the charts or create your own strategies, have them auto-execute. You know, it's just a overall really great trader tool, Brokerage Plus. You can see right here, tried to sell some hood. You get the message, sorry, product is not good to short. Sorry, your product is no good to short. It sounds kind of like what Borat might say. Yeah, Kevcom, if you got E-Trade, yeah, all you got to do is connect up. You're good to go. Funny thing, I've been using the E-Trade Brokerage Plus for a while now for testing purposes and then just for my own personal trading. And I'm so used to setting stop losses with Brokerage Plus that I was logged into a different E-Trade account with their platform and I'm like, I just realized I don't even I had to look and search and learn how to set a stop loss order in their platform. Figured it out, but I've just been using Brokerage Plus for so long, I never even needed to learn. GovX. Nothing to do with the government. GeoVax. Of course, I say that. They might have business dealings with the government with a name like that. Hey, there's Lev. So Lev, you are the guy or person that Steve sent over for 1 minute volume stuff, correct? Is it about 1 minute volume? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so there's several different ways that we can address the volume spike. Of course, a lot of the times, but not all the times, it's going to have volume associated with it. Wow, I just realized we're 3 minutes to the top of the hour here, but this shouldn't take too long. So, a couple of different ways. If we look at an alert window, and I'll just, oops, wrong click here. A couple of different ways. I'm just going to duplicate an alert window. So we can pop into configure here, and we can find the volume spike alert. Okay, 1 minute volume spike, of course. Won't say that high relative volume doesn't also produce some interesting plays. Okay, so these are the alert forms, right? So you can use 1 minute volume as your alert, sketch out your filter set, so forth and so on. That is a good way to find some high volume plays. So I tell you what, let me just attach that alert, get rid of new high. And since we're using that alert, we might not necessarily want to include relative volume in our filter set. Okay, so you can pretty much assume that if it's really having high volume, it's probably traded 100,000 already. I would probably just leave this in here to keep out the really thinly traded ones, because if a stock only trades 1,000 shares a day and is all choppy, it might still show up with the high relative volume alert. So, very basic filter set here, but when we click on go, you'll see this thing is pumping stocks out left and right. Of course, if we came over to columns and we said, okay, we want to know what it is that's doing it, we can leave 1 minute volume as a column if we want to get that exact value. And then if we throw a quality column in there, that'll show us the value. Okay, so 1 minute volume spike being the alert and the type, the quality column is going to show us the X factor of the 1 minute volume. Okay, so these values would be, a 1 would be normal volume for that time period. So when you see a 20, it's doing 20x on the 1 minute level, things of that nature. So okay, I see your low float. So to me, low float, we'd want to cap it at probably 20 million. So if we add that filter, and I'm pretty sure if we type in 20M, that's going to do it for us. So I'm going to make sure that worked. Okay, 20 million, and then on your pricing, all we have to do, drop a 0, add a 1 over here. Okay, there's GovX coming through again. That was coming through my other high volume ticker. So notice how the pace has all of a sudden slowed down to what we might call a manageable amount. You know, we're still going to get some things pulsing through here, and of course the alerts can repeat themselves. Okay, couple of options. I will go ahead and drop this one into, I'll drop the cloud link into the chat there for you, Lev, so you can copy it, not have to build it from scratch. but you've got some options. If you only want the symbol to appear one time and then not repeat, you can right click, you can come into properties, and you can select the don't repeat, and then you have options here. Don't repeat for a day, don't repeat for an hour, don't ever repeat, whatever tickles your fancy there. If you don't want to see all these repeats and you just want to see the first occurrence, okay? Give me 1 second here. Let me just tell Barry I'm going to wrap this up real quick. Okay, so Lev, do you think that's going to be enough for you to work with right now? The reason I ask is because we just kind of covered one aspect. That was the alert form of 1 minute volume spike. But within the alert window, if you come over to search and we just look at the filters, you'll notice, oops, I clicked on alerts, not filters. Okay, you'll notice that we have 1 minute volume as a percentage here, meaning 100 is normal volume, right? So let's say you pick a different alert. You're like, well, I still want to find 1 minute volume spikes, but I want to use new high of the day, not the 1 minute volume spike alert. Well, you could use the filter form here, and if you were looking for, say, 3 times the amount of 1 minute volume in a filter set, then you could use the filter version and insert 3 here, and then you could pick a different alert. So then you would see stocks hitting new high that are doing at least 3 times normal 1 minute volume, or it could be a pullback alert, So there's lots of different ways to mix and match, okay? All right, very good. Okay, well, the hour is up, ladies and gents. It just kind of flew by. Let's check on Hood one more time before I exit, just so we can. All right, well, it's trying to fight the fight. Range bound again. Which way it goes, nobody knows. Wow, an AMD, that thing is a monster today for a stock that is, has a market cap of, where'd my market cap go? 127 billion, about half of Intel, but that thing running like a little NASDAQ stock. All right, ladies and gents, have a great rest of the day. Let me check with Barry here. Make sure Barry's streaming before I cut the cord here. All right, Barry is streaming, so hope everybody has a great rest of the day, and may you all have nice green Fridays tomorrow, and have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
So guys, we're talking about, in the main room, we're talking about MTTR on a short. MTTR. Yes, it came in the option scanner, but as I pointed out when we got the alert, it was really extended. So this has turned into a short play to a certain extent. Okay, so Marcus, as far as the profit target is concerned, so you're right. You can't see it. You just have to go down. You just have to go to the dotted line. I think there's talk about having it in, excuse me, visible. It's a bit of a challenge because it will change all day long. So I'm not sure how they're going to do that, but you're right. But it's a guide. That's all it is anyway, Marcus, okay? I mean, I never use it, but I mean, it's a guide. And the profit target is nothing scientific. All it is double So for instance, if I click on NTech right now, okay, and there's my smart stop. So if I got in at 1346, it's saying my smart stop is 1303. What's that? That's 33 cents. Sorry, 43 cents. The target is just double that. So it would be 86 cents above. That's all it is. Nothing scientific. Okay? I think they have talked in development about having that as a. All right, guys, good one. MTTR, good one. Now let's see if that fib, those other fibs that Real has talked about, will be in play. Fifteen sixteen, okay, and yeah, you're right, the VWAP is right here, 1524, so that may stall it, but that's great. I mean, on the 16 break, yeah, GSS, I mean, I know. So, to evaluate the things from the option scanner, I mean, yesterday I think we had stocks that had way more room and they moved into the voids. So, there's that. The only one that actually had, I think, news today was LC in terms of, I don't think the other one, I'm not sure the other ones had any news. I'm just checking. The GSS, okay, it is an earnings play also, but again, I just think there's too much resistance. And of course, the MTTR, well, it wasn't news, but I guess it was a CNBC pump that got it rolling. How's Mr. Hood doing? So Hood, I mean, it's underneath the IPO price, so it's not, obviously there's not a ton of excitement about it in terms of elevating it above that $38 range, but it hasn't utterly collapsed like a lot of people thought it might. Not yet anyway. It's funny, the last few days I really haven't paid too much attention to trying to short tops. We've had just so much tremendous action on some of the long plays, the cheaper ones. Now this is a red bar ignored, guys, right there, 5-minute chart. Look at the trend. Look at that red bar in the 5-minute chart, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green above the high of that red candle. That's a classic red bar ignored. You have a trend, a pause in the trend, continuation. Now I've been saying, I love this one because of this resistance, but who knows? Maybe it just tears it out. There's the 200-day moving average at 483. But look at VXRT, just all day. I didn't take this one all day. I was wanting this one desperately in the pre-market. The pre-market. I missed that drop right there. I thought, okay, that's about it. Chopped around for a while, but look at this all day. And it's gone negative. I mean, it's not only as it dropped, but it's actually dropped so that it is now negative. It was a virus play. I guess so, David. I see every time. I've never examined it that closely. The reason I don't is that if I see that, I know what you're talking about. If I see a faded green dot, yeah, it means they can try to locate shares for me. I don't even bother, so I don't even know. I mean, that sounds right, but somebody else who might, I know that Zach with Centerpoint, he gets involved in things which are sometimes hard to borrow, and he quotes a fee. But it sounds right, but don't quote me on that, because the minute I see that, I don't even bother. I don't even try to examine what that would mean. If I can't borrow it right now, I just forget about it. Oh, I know why VXRT was trading, Sam. It was covered in the pre-market, but I'm always skeptical about these little bios that pop up. Well, it's good news. I mean, is it? I mean, anything to do with the virus, it sounds good. Sounds like good news. But I mean, can they make money? I mean, like, don't get seduced by press releases, okay? If you're getting seduced by a press release and it says, oh my gosh, that's fantastic news. I mean, I read it too. Thought, that's pretty good, but it doesn't matter what we think. You see, Sam, that sounds exactly, and I'm not trying to single you out specifically, but when we get into a trade and it's based on, look, I mean, it was based on, great news pop. Look what happened in the pre-market. It looked awesome. Looked like, wow, it's going to, keep going higher and higher and higher. So you get into a trade like this, and again, I'm not picking on you specifically. It's just, this is a general statement. When we talk about placing stops, okay, so you get into the trade, you place your stop, all good intentions of obeying it, and then it starts moving down to your stop price, and you can't believe it because it was good news, right? It was good news. How can that not go right back up? And that can really destroy your trading. Being, as I called it, seduced by the news. Oh, you can put a stop loss in. And we talk about it, in my little 5-minute explanation about money management. You can put a stop loss in, but the problem is sometimes you just don't want to believe it, that it could get down to that stop loss. You just don't want to believe it. Because the news was so good with VXRT. How could it possibly be going negative? And that's where the discipline and training comes in trading, sorry. Yeah, Hood is actually coming right back to the IPO price. Whew, I hope I caught that sneeze in time. Thank you, William. Drift, 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 drift down to that VWAP 1526. NEG, G, G. Yeah, be careful, of course, always. 11 million in the float. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what this does at 38. It tried. What did it get to? Got to 38. Now, if it can pop through, I mean, I don't often trade IPOs the day of, but I'm going to stick on a little around 38.27 and see if it gets up to that level. And then, because then it might challenge that 40. Or it may, as Zach is suggesting, it might just bounce right off that 38 and come right back down. All right, FLGC. Take a look at this one, guys. Curling a little bit here. Way off the bottom here. The bottom was 636. Okay, so this, you get some volume in here. This could have a nice little run. The FLGC. Of course, it was a high flyer the last 3 days. And it had actually some news today again. The whole thing is, how well can it hold 7? Volume starting to come in a little bit on the 2 minute, on the 5 minute. Starting to come in. Look at the volume, 17 million. Which is nothing compared to what it did yesterday. It did over 40 million yesterday. With 33 in the float. So, traded the float. I'm assuming you're kidding, Rob. And offering. I'm assuming you're kidding. Well, that's funny. All right, guys, keep an eye on the FLGC. If it can hold 7, the next area right here on the 15-minute chart is around 765 that I see could be a resistance area. So just see how well it holds 7 and see if it really starts to move. Maybe get a bit of 710. and that might get it moving. See, it's just hanging around this 7 mark. No, I think he was kidding, PJ. If he's not kidding, then he should be. Okay, so instead of my having to stare at this one, I'm just going to put a price alert at 712 for FLGC. See if it takes that out. And it maybe has a bit of a run left in it. Getting no new alerts. Yeah, I think he was kidding, PJ. I'm pretty sure he was kidding. Tellurian. Let's take a look at Tellurian. Yeah, again, I don't see these things because the relative volume is too low. But it could be just starting out. Yeah, look at the volume now coming in. Big float, 286 million in the float. This is shortable for me. Well, Zach, we may get our wish here on a 15 break for MTTR. Right at the VWAP though. Well, lots of shorts available. 9.5 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers for Tellurian. So let's see if this bottoming tail really meant anything. The sellers tried to knock it down. Let's see if it gets closer to 4. The next high is looking left. 422, 394. I mean, I think 4 could be a tough one to get through. We'll just have to see. But the more it goes up, the better the short becomes. Okay, well, it's over 4. Wow. I mean, this is pretty. That's pretty impressive. You know, took out 4 like nothing. Okay, well, let's take a look. The next high is looking left, 450. Well, let's see. William, way outside the Bollinger Band on the 5 minute. Way outside the channel. And that is for the TEL. What? Your long tell? It may have real news, but okay. I'm not short yet, so it doesn't matter, but I am surprised. Well, I remember watching Tell back in these days, you know, waiting for a big break over 14, and seems like years ago. Well, it probably was. You know, right here, that break of 10 I kept waiting for. All right, guys, that may be all she wrote for the MTTR. A little bounce right back up to the VWAP. All right, guys, so FLGC did not take out that high, so it's a no-go there. Did not want to keep going over that 7 level, FLGC. Okay, do or die right now for Tell, just hanging under 4. Well, it may die if it takes out 4 again. If it doesn't, I think it's going to have another pop. Look at the bottoming tails now on the 2. Just flirting with 4. We're talking about the Tell, of course, Tell. Well, I'm watching it. I'm not watching it to go long necessarily, but I am watching it if it takes out 4 again. Now, these are only 2. This is only a 2-minute chart here. So we do have three little bottoming tails here. It would be much more impressive if we had them on the 15-minute like yesterday with the FLGC. Boy, it's just teasing us right here at 4. Well, I'm going to stick an alert at 406. And stick an alert down here at 396. Bracket them and see what breaks. All right, well, breaking up a little bit here. And I'm talking about the tail. Again, it's a big float, guys, so it's going to take a bunch to keep moving it. I mean, the volume is definitely coming in, but with that float, it's going to take a bunch of volume to keep moving it. It may happen. I mean, it's holding forward very well. Boy, this A and VS, guys, keeps drifting down here. They're starting to approach the pre-market lows, which were, I think, about 44.20 or so. 45.10, the pre-market low for this one. Is it an earnings play? AMD? July 27th post-market. Oh, so it had earnings. Wow, look at this move, though. No, I didn't see. Well, they didn't before. But you're right, they do have them now, 62,000 shares. They didn't before. Well, last time I looked. All right, tell, maybe. Maybe. I'm just looking at the option volume. Good volume, but it's not going to show up in my scanner because the percent is too low. It's only trading 58% of normal. All right, well, there was a big level, guys. 420. Can it take out 420 now in a big way? Okay, look at a bio now. A bio just popped into the option scanner. So again, what do we see? So it's at 359, lots of volume. The high looking left at 375. Now listen, and here's the 200-day. I just have a tough time. I just have a tough time taking something like this with that 200-day close and the high is close when you look left. So kind of not getting the, I mean, we're getting the alerts from the scanner, but just not a lot of what I call room for these things to move. Well, look at the spread on ANVS. I almost was toying with a chase down short on it, but the spread is not great. How do you copy my layout? If you can find my homepage tab right there, there's my homepage tab. Click on it. There's the link. Click on the link. When you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. Minute. Okay, so this is what you're going to see. So this is the scan section right here. And you click here, and there's my layout that I'm sharing, along with a lot of other scans, okay? Just copy my layout, Strokey, okay? Just copy the layout, and it's in the layout. Just like if you heard me, Shaw ask my layout, so it's in the layout. Now watch me be wrong about the ABIO. I mean, there's that 200-day, 390, not 18 cents away. There's the area I thought it might stall. Now look, if it can take out 4, I mean, then it's got a lot of room. Well, not a lot of room even. Even the weekly chart, there's stuff at 425. So I just don't love this one. But, you know, I've been wrong on some of these. Certainly, sometimes they just have a mind of their own and they just keep popping through all the areas of resistance that I think are there. Boy, VXRT just keeps moving down, guys. Moving down, 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 down. The next low looking left is 763. Maybe that'll hold it. Certainly that low didn't hold it, 794. Not yet anyway. So that high stalled T-E-L-L. It stalled it. That 20 stalled it so far anyway. Pulled right back off it. Okay, so now here comes the reverse, guys. You get a series of topping tails in a row. All right, buyers trying, sellers knocking it down. Let's see what happens here. What time is it? 1:42. So this has another about 2 minutes. 2 minutes to close this candle. Let's see if it maintains this sort of a price. Let's see if the next candle does something similar. You know, maybe trying to pop up. On the other hand, this may take out 420. I mean, it's hard to know. That's why you wait. Shoot! William. I got distracted. I was going to take that short. ANVS. I say a chase down short. The spread got to me a little bit. I mean, this is just, look at this disaster here. Down 60%. Alzheimer's. Again, I don't know if this is a supreme overreaction, but it doesn't really matter what we think. The market is telling us right now. Well, there. Okay, guys, it came right back up. Right back up. I'm not in this anymore. But now, I mean, look, if it takes this out, what did I say? You look left, 414. So you look left on that daily chart. 450 is the next area for tell. T-E-L-L. So when you say, do I run them? What do you mean by that, God? What do you mean, do I run them? You mean, do I trade them? Not really. They're more longer term trades, if that's what you're asking. Somebody asked about the strength alerts. Is that what you mean, though? I'm more of an intraday trader, so the strength alerts don't really appeal to me. If that's what you mean. No, I didn't forget about it. I've seen it all day, but I wanted to, I got distracted just with this tell. Now, to be fair, I may not have been able to get it the way where I wanted it anyway. I mean, it's down 50 or 60%. I may not have been able to get it because of the uptick rule. You'd have to send something. I think it's too new to have performance figures, okay? And plus, what is the performance? You know, because people are going to use the strength. I'm talking to somebody in your YouTube room. People are going to use the strength alerts in all sorts of different ways. So, but if you send something to info@trade-ideas.com, maybe somebody will answer, though I think it's too new to have any sort of performance figures. Because it's not like they're saying take it here and get out here. So I mean, how do you measure performance really? Okay, prove me wrong, Bio. Just prove me wrong. Take out the 200-day like nothing. Take this out like nothing. I'm not in it, guys. I'm just telling you, I'm not in this one. Well, the other thing too, I mean, it's only $17 a month. So I mean, you could always, if you can afford $17 a month, you know, even for 1 month, just to see how you'll get, you know, you can see kind of how the types of alerts that you're getting, or ideas. I shouldn't call them alerts. The only other one I'm kind of watching, guys, is that FLGC, only because it was so dynamic over the last few days, just to see if it can. I still have my price alert set up in this area, right up here, the highs of those candles. So it's a little more than 10 cents away, just to see if it can take this out and maybe, you know, get close to that 760 level that I think is pretty decent resistance on the 15-minute chart. Only because of what it did the last 3 days. I mean, had spectacular run the last 3 days. It's paining me to look at that ANVS. Now, guys, the other thing you can do with the strong options, in fact, I think I'm going to do this too. Just I'm going to show you something here. Okay, so here it is. I just broke it out of my dock. So I just didn't want to get too many alerts, but I can always take this and flip it to get moving lower on unusually strong options, okay? Just to see the sort of alerts you're getting. So what you do is you duplicate the window. So I've duplicated the window. And then I right click, configure, flip. Now what will happen is, let's take a look at the summary first. The things that can be flipped will be flipped. So what do I mean by that? Well, obviously a new high could be flipped to a new low. Price can't be flipped. I mean, you know, price ranges, you can't flip that. Current volume, you can't flip that. You can't flip that, the 500,000 shares, 2,000 contracts. You can't flip these, but I can flip this. I want to make sure it's below the previous close, so I can flip this. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what happens when I click the flip. See how now it says new low, and now it's down at least 1% or 0.01%. I just want to make sure it's not above the yesterday's close. So now I flipped it, and now I can say moving lower. Just give it a new name. Moving lower with unusually strong options. And presto. Okay, so for instance, here's Dale as an example. No, you can't. No, I'll tell you what, Fast Johnny, though. We do have a test drive coming up. And let me just pop that link in. I'll explain what I mean by it. Give me a moment here. Okay, so I just put the test drive link. Somebody asked about, can I do a month to test out the software? So we don't have demos at all, free demos. This is about as close as you're going to get. So if you click on the test drive link right there, just read it. For $11.11, you'll have access to 10 trading days with Trade Ideas. It starts on August the 9th to the 20th, okay? It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have our full product for those 10 trading days. So that's the closest we have. And if you sign up now, basically what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So you can't, it doesn't start earlier. If you say, well, gee, I'd like to start today, you can't, okay? All of our support, we're expecting maybe 4,000 people signing up. So all of our support is geared for these 2 weeks, all right? And once it's over, it's over. Don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. So it's a common question, what happens? Do I have to, do you guys put me into a subscription? No. Yeah, we have a lot of support, Fast Johnny. We have, I'll tell you what, if you click on my homepage link, all right, you click on my homepage link, and one of the sections is education. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So here's how you can take out a subscription with a promo. But right here, education. Okay, so if you click here, we have the 20 lessons. Okay, that goes over all the basic aspects of Trade Ideas. And if you keep scrolling down, educational videos, watch the videos, and it goes over like creating your account, starting Trade Ideas from scratch, etc. Okay? So there is a lot of assistance to set up your account. And just save my link, then you can take a look at all this at your leisure. All right, guys. It is Thursday today, so yes, we do have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. I don't think it's going to last very long. You could always, unless you're bound and determined to start right away, Fast Johnny, you could always wait till the 9th and just take the test drive, and then you'll see if you like the program or not. But I can't stop you. You want to take out a subscription right now? That's fine. Keep an eye on the FLGC, guys. You see how it is now over 7 again. You can kind of see that if we can take out this level right here. Come on. Okay, you can see if it can take this level out here, right here, which is about 710 or so on volume though, right? Always on volume. Don't do anything without volume. No, can't adjust anything on the price action. I actually saw a sneak preview of our charts. Anybody who was in the Q&A yesterday, they saw a sneak preview of our new charts with the colors and gradients and all that. So we are going to become more of a full-fledged charting program over the course of this year. But right now, no, David. Okay, guys, I am going to just put myself on mute. I'm going to be in this marketing meeting, so I'm going to put myself on mute. The other thing, Fast Johnny, I mean, this room is like this every day. Well, not every day. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Okay, so I'm always available. You know, you can ask me questions. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back and kind of waiting on that MYPS. It just not materializing. So kind of real iffy day for the option scanner today, no question. I mean, LC was a win, but it was a hard win, and really nothing else materialized. I mean, we had some alerts, but just nothing really trended well. Too much resistance close by, so I'm gonna have days like that. All right, BCEL, man, oh man, look at this thing go down. I mean, all-time low now, all-time low. Released, whatever they released, market didn't like it at all. This is a phase 1B, phase 1B. It's almost as if, I mean, if it doesn't work in phase 1B, what's left for this company to do? The VXRT, guys, continues its swoon here. Yeah, well, no, yeah, whatever drugs they have in their pipeline. I mean, but normally, I don't know anything about this company. Normally, though, these little guys, they don't have too many things they don't have too many other things going on. Typically, now I may be wrong about this company. I mean, at one point, I think it's kind of crazy. Well, it actually got up to $30 for some reason, fairly low float. Boy. All right, guys. Hey, listen. Hood. Moment of truth coming up again for Hood here. No more shares available. They're all snapped up at IB for Hood. I was looking at either going long or going short, depending on where it was going to break, but there are no more shorts available now at Interactive Brokers. Oh no, pre-market. Well, we don't get our data until 7 in the morning, if that's what you mean. It says 7 a.m. Eastern time, but oh no, I mean we've got everything is there. This is my pre-market scanning layout, all active. I mean, we don't get our data until 7 in the morning Eastern time, but it's all active and charts everything. The medical discussions here are appalling, okay? We start at 7 in the morning Eastern time, Fast Johnny, okay? 7 in the morning Eastern time. That's when we start getting our data. I mean, technically, you can get some data at about 1:45. But I always like to just say, it starts at 7 in the morning Eastern time. All right, guys. Lending Club is. I've been, I've been looking at a potential short on this one. Maybe a breakdown into the 2470s. Yeah, congratulations on the ANVS, especially. I mean, it was a strange one, with the bounce off 45 all the way up to 66. It looked like a classic overreaction to their news, and then boy, I mean, it just slid after that. All right, guys. Well, things have really dried up. I don't have any more new alerts coming in for the last little while. So what I'm going to do is just as I start wrapping the room up, just one more time, talking about the test drive. For those of you who are new, it's amazing how many people say to me, I heard you talking about the test drive, but I forgot to do it. So that's why I nag you guys. So again, here's the test drive link. You click on it, and this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts on August the 9th, runs to the 20th. Those are 10 trading days. You'll have access to the full premium service. It'll cost you $11.11, okay? And you can't start early. Don't ask. You can't start early. This is it. We had about 4,000 people sign up last time. We're all geared up for the support for those 10 trading days. And when it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? We'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take on a subscription afterwards, but don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. And not that we ever did, but that's a common question we get. The other thing is, if you're a standard subscriber and you wanted to try our premium service out for a couple of weeks, you can do so also for the 11.11. More information on my homepage. If you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha 15% off the entire year, or 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Trade of the week. I guess actually it's not working too badly. It's positive. What was it? Kroger's? I think Kroger's. This week's trade of the week. Yeah, I think was a 4014 was the trigger. Anyway, trade of the week. It's a free service. You can sign up for it. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video, free service also. All my scans. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber. You want my scans. Here's my layout. Here are all the other scans that I'm sharing. Yeah, I mean, if you sign up now, Grant, you're basically pre-registering, yes. And education, lots of education is here. I should highlight this a little bit more. I know I talk more about the 20 lessons in 20 days. That's all text-based. That'll get you started. It talks about the, what are top lists and alert windows and all the basic features very quickly explained. Daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And here are the educational videos. So if you click on that, watch the videos, and literally, yeah, getting started, starting it from scratch, the AI, creating your account. So we have a lot of videos here, and I think probably this one, starting from scratch, is a good one. And back to basics, if you're brand new to trading, another great series. Starting off with, what is a stock? What is a stock? Okay, so that's about as basic as you can get. So all this information, all right, let me start again. So free. Okay, these are all free. Obviously, you have to have a subscription if you want to get my scans and all. But all this other stuff is free, and there's a ton of information in these two sections. So it's just save my link, and then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. Okay. I have the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA on all my charts, yes. Wowzer, look at that ANVS. Oh. Yeah, I was kind of waiting for Mick to chime in and say, explain his comment a little bit more. But I don't know if he just trolled the room and decided to say that and then leave. All right, guys. Well, not too much action right now. Question time, really. It is out there. It is. I keep waiting for LC to really break down. You too, Sir Thomas. Well, obviously the news is hurting. That news about Milton smacked it down. I don't know what his involvement in the company hasn't been since 2019. So how much this persists, but Zach has got a better read on all this than I do. But the next area of support is right around here, 1180. So it's about $1 away. It was a bit of a snoozer, really. The big gap, of course, was for Nicola was right here. It was right here pre-market. Market opened, had a little bit of a pop, and after that, it's been kind of a snoozer. not a catastrophe. I mean, look, down 10%. I mean, it's obviously not good, but it's not like it just kept falling and falling and falling all day long. It's like VXRT. I keep. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea, Sam. I have no idea. I don't think like that. I don't think anything ahead of time. I just wait to see how it closes. I mean, it's closing not badly, or I shouldn't say that. It's only 253. See how it closes. The ones that close near the highs, then you just watch them in the first 5 minutes after hours. If they start to move, hey, maybe. I mean, it's got some room. 576 is the high in the monthly. The high today, the high in the weekly, is about 459. So I mean, it doesn't have a ton of room on the weekly, but maybe the news is going to sustain it. I don't know. But I don't think like that. I don't think, guys, this is going to move. I think this is going to move after hours. No, I have no idea. Well, I know you're making fun a little bit, Grumpy, but a lot of trading. You can get into the over analyzing everything, and I tend not to. I mean, the only thing if I have a fault, I suppose, in over analyzing is looking at the daily, weekly, and monthly. And sometimes I don't take trades that really would have worked well because I think there's too much resistance. But in terms of over analyzing on fundamentals and other technical analysis, no. Yeah, I mean, if TEL closes well, I mean, if it closes near the high, which is, who knows if it's going to, could have a massive sell-off, right? But I mean, it's near the high of the day. Hey, it just might. It's holding well. But watch after hours. Watch that first 5-10 minutes. See if it starts to move. It's a big float also. I mean, 286 million in the float. So it will take a bunch to move it. It's not one of these low float situations which, all of a sudden after hours, they just pop. Well, I always wonder in the pre-market for sure if there is some news. Just to see, whether or not I think, okay, let's see what the news was. Why is it moving? Do I take a passing glance to see, okay, yeah, that is that's maybe news that could sustain it. Obviously, earnings. I mean, with LC, obviously. I mean, you got to be aware. The other for the little bios and their news, I kind of dismiss it. But certainly I want to be aware if it's an earnings play. The 5 weekly stocks, yeah, right here. Click on new and click on the strength alerts. They're right here. Okay? So Fast Johnny, the major difference is Brokerage Plus. Okay, you need first of all, I mean, if you can use the app, that's the way to go. Okay, there's no choice. I mean, if you can use the app, definitely use the app as opposed to the web-based version. Only reason why people use the web-based version is if they have a Mac, or me, they're on a tablet or something. But if you can use the app, definitely use the app. Okay? Now, I mean, the major difference is no brokerage plus, which you may or may not care. You know, I mean, the simulation though, if you want to practice trading, yeah, you know, the simulator, I mean, it's a great tool. And there are some other differences, but I mean, that's probably the main difference. You're on a computer, you don't need Brokerage Plus. Okay, well, if you don't want to practice trading, okay, that's fine. But again, if you can use the app, it's better. If you're on are you on a PC? Definitely use the app. Okay, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. There is no benefit to using the web-based version if you can use the app. So if you've got a PC, then definitely download the program. Don't use the web-based version. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up. Yeah, if you don't care about the AI, Fast Johnny, then yeah, the standard version, what you see here, everything I display is in the standard version. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap this up now. So thanks a lot for all the help. And we're almost at the end of another week of trading. Just a minute. You can have a low float scanner, yep. All right, guys, again, thanks a lot for all the help. I think I'll shut the room down now. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Okay, so just sign off like this. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.